Like, just the era of, like, I'm going to play a slapstick comedy game and just, like, laugh infectiously at it. Or, like, get silly fake
Merry
mad at it.
Xmas, blind and all.
Got old real quick, but it had a moment where it was pretty funny. Like, I genuinely remember, like, this is a PewDiePie video, but, like, I remember watching PewDiePie playing Amnesia with my girlfriend at the time and literally crying laughing. Like, there was an era where that shit was pretty funny. Since you started watching him in middle school? Totally. I mean, and, like, that age category checks out, right? Red Dog, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. I'm back at you. Same with you, Psycho. Hello. It's good to see you, man. And, like, you know, now we're definitely in, like, a more mature era. Well, maybe not. I mean, like, all that silly shit still exists, right? But, like, you know, like, Schedule 1 is a video game that was made. Same with, like, you know, what's that? The game What You Climb the Mountain that was made by the people who made the truck game. For some reason, I'm forgetting the name of that game. Peak, yes, that. The other Climb the Mountain, Elmir and Peak is what I'm thinking of. The cooperative game. Or, you know, I'm blanking on the names of all these games now. Content warning, like, all those, like, spatial awareness, like, friend gets punted into oblivion games. Like, all those are, like, the same sort of... It's the same cycle, right? It's just, like, a friend slops, sure. You know, okay, so... There was a podcast named this, so it's harder to call a video game this now, but co-optional? Co-optional was a term that was coined by The Monolith, I think is the name of that. I always confuse them with Monolith and Monolith Soft. The people what made the Castle Crashers. Anyways, they described Castle Crashers and that game that they made after Castle Crashers as co-optional games. We're like, yeah, it's co-op, but, like, you could also just punt your friend off the edge. And to me, like, Friend Slop is, like, almost in that same kind of mental space where, like, yeah, it's cooperative, but, like, every man for himself at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? BattleBlock Theater, yes. Speaking of funny things, the It's a Secret song, the first time I saw that and heard that thing from end to end, I was coming home from work and at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, the lights in the apartment are on. What the heck? And my ex had that day off. And I bought her BattleBlock Theater on some Steam sale because I was like, I think you might like this because she liked platformers. And I got home and I could hear her laughing from the hallway in the apartment building. And I go inside and she'd found the It's a Secret thing like a couple minutes earlier and like grabbed me and was like, you have to listen to this. Like, come over here and sit down. I'm like, I'm covered in grease because I cleaned a McDonald's all night. And she's like, no. Listen to this. Genuinely, maybe one of the funniest pieces of music ever written. At least in a video game. Oh no, like, I know that slop is like a term of endearment. You know, like, it's sort of like when I call something trash. Like, to me, slop is just like a more modernized or like the younger generation's version of trash, because I'll be just like, oh yeah, no, that's the good weeb trash, you know what I'm saying? Or like, I don't know. Calling something trash could be like a negative because it's like, oh, that's just a bunch of trash. But also at the same time, you could be like, oh yeah, no, that's the good trash, you know what I'm saying? And to me, that's just what slop is. It's just like a more modern version of trash. The thing is, though, I think that there's a thing to be said for games that are meant to be played by streamers, and then there are games that are meant to be played with a group of friends that are also funny for the person sitting next to one of those friends. And I don't think that means that they're necessarily made to be played by streamers. Like, a game that's made to be played by streamers is a game that requires Twitch chat. You know, what's the name of that? There was a game that came out a number of years ago, and I'm trying to remember the name of it right now. It was made by that streamer that had the giraffe emote that was 3 parts. Such an oddly specific thing. But it's like a platformer where you literally need to be streaming to play it. That to me is a game that's made for a streamer. It's like a platformer thing, and chat gets to design your weapons. The room of something? No. No, because you don't need chat to play Killing Floor 2. I played a bunch of Killing Floor 2 and never once streamed it. That's not true, I streamed it once. I only streamed it once. From the early in the year to help you learn more about pump mechanics and dropping floors and such. Which video was that? Oh, if you're talking about water, the Fear video, the scariest thing in Dwarf Fortress. That marble racing game? Sure, I mean that Marbles on Stream is an example of like a game made for streamers. Hold on. This is gonna be a hard fucking thing to Google. Platformer. Problem is now there's 1 billion of those. Trying to think of the original Choice Chamber. I don't even know what Death by Chatter is, but I'm thinking of Choice Chamber. Steam is just like straight up down for me right now. Did the Steam sale just start or something? But yeah, Choice Chamber is the game that I'm thinking of. And like, in order to play Choice Chamber, you need a chat, right? Like, I guess you could argue that like the Jackbox games are streamer games because like you could play them with an audience, but you don't need that to play it. Started a few games? Okay, because like Steam is like straight up down for me. Like nothing is loading. Store's not loading. Like if I like, here, I'll show you. Oh no, actually, okay. The news feed loaded finally. Yeah, this is what most of the news feed looked like when I first turned on Steam. Like, let's see if the store even loads. Tis that season. Yeah, everybody's sending gifts on... Everybody in the world is logging into Steam right now to redeem their Steam gifts. But yeah, I'm thinking of Choice Chamber is the game I'm thinking of. Cheers, Michael Patterson. Well, at least they let you know. I just have a spinning circle still. Cyber done. I haven't launched Manor Lords in over a year. So, no. I don't know what the Siege stuff is. Should I know? Manor Lords is one of those games that I'm always thinking about going back to. I went back to it about a year after it came out. I really liked that initial build and want to play more of it. I'm just waiting for something to grab me. It's sort of like Mountain Blade, where like the boats were like, all right, you got me. But like, yeah, I'm kind of waiting for boats. You know what I mean? Or something to that makes me look at it and go, okay, you got me. More people in IT about to have a bad Christmas Eve? I mean, possibly. It might also be one of those things that'll like just sort itself out in a bit. I also don't think Valve cares. Like, yeah, they care about money, but like, if the service goes down for like an hour, as long as it gets turned back on, it's fine. Just restart it. Certainly a game that I need to go back to in regards to Manor Lords. What is the plan today? I want to keep digging. I know that's like a very... Now I suddenly have this weird bug to play Manor Lord. I don't think I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, so I'm going to try and do a bit of a longer stream today. We'll see. So I may actually stop for lunch today instead of skipping lunch like I have been pretty consistently for the past 2 months. But I want to do a little bit of a longer stream today because I won't be streaming tomorrow. My parents will be arriving at like 11:30, meaning in like an hour, not even, from now. So tomorrow's going to be like an all-day family thing. But I don't even have Epic installed. I went over this earlier. Happy holidays. You know, honestly, I've like graduated past Merry Xmas. I think Merry Xmas is silly. It's like either say Christmas or say Happy Holidays. Let's just move on. Or Happy Hanukkah. Just say Happy something. Xmas just feels weird to me. It's never felt right. It's not even like a War on Christmas thing. It just doesn't look like a word to me. War on Christmas is extraordinarily stupid, by the way. Damn right. Kill Santa. Let's go. Merry Sunday dinner on a Thursday. Yeah, there you go. Happy family get-together day. It's wild that everybody decides to do it on the same day. Wonder why that could be. What? Reinhardt? I'm not sure what you're referencing, but Festivus, sure. Merry festivity. Literally my mom and dad are coming over tomorrow. So if I get sick, I know exactly who to blame. Like, that's the only family I'm seeing for the holidays this year. Is my mom and my dad. That's it. I might call my aunt. I'll probably text my aunt tonight, actually. Like a 10-ton truck this season. I've already been sick twice this season. I got my flu shot and my COVID shot, so I think I'm good. Is Toyotathon a thing? Huh. Hey, you know how, like, I sometimes talk shit about Christmas because I'm just like, it's just marketing? You guys are reinforcing this. You guys are reinforcing this. Happy Capitalism Day! Merry buy the shit! Happy Turkey Population Control Part 2 Day. For being fully correct, there's nothing fully correct about the holidays anymore, let's be honest, whipping yams. So Yule is important? Not gonna lie. They're all important. If you celebrate a thing, it's important. You should enjoy it. Yule, Hanukkah, Mass, whatever. You mean happy I'm not picking up the fucking work phone for 2 weeks day? Reinhardt? We need more feasts. I mean, this is why I like Thanksgiving. It's like, I know that the history of Thanksgiving is equally dark, if not worse, in a lot of ways. But, like, this is why I like Thanksgiving, because it's just a big dinner with family. And I like that. I like big dinner with family. You're not from Finland. You have it's just more ancestry. Gotcha. Your workplace is off. So I know that you mean like not working right now, Reinhardt, right? But in my mind, that means it's like an SCP. You know, there's something in my work that's off. Like it's becoming the oldest house. Hello, Maya the Keeper in YouTube chat. Sup. I mean, same with Canada, except Thanksgiving's a month earlier in Canada, Michael. Like, so for me, it's like the spooky time feast. When we air all the grievances and bring the skeletons out of the closet and get drunk with the family. Although most of my family doesn't drink anymore. You know, truthfully, like 8 years ago, 10 years ago, my favorite thing about the holidays was just going over to my ex's family's house and just getting drunk with my ex's mom. Because she was like the only person in that family that drank a lot during the holidays. So I would just buy like a 24 pack of a good beer because she would always just drink Coors Light normally. So I would just bring over like a 24 case of like a nicer beer from a craft brewery, and we would just like finish the case over 2 days. And I would show up to work twice drunk because I would always work Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, and it was killer. But at the same time, a lot of fun. But I always thought I was gonna die by the end of those 2 days. Then Boxing Day would come around and I'd be like, I sleep for 4 days now, bye. Memories, yeah. Now it's like, nobody in my family drinks anymore. I have to hang out with my aunt and uncle if I want to drink. Big Sag. When shit blows up, you're the only one on call. When I used to do holiday things at my dad's side of the family, my uncle still is a cop. He's a police officer. And he would always be on call during Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. So he'd just be like sitting there in his uniform drinking like a Diet Coke while everybody else was doing the festivities. And the reason he'd do it was because he was getting paid double time and a half to just hang out during Christmas and almost never get up or do anything. And if they did make him leave, he had to always do things that were hyper local. So he'd like leave for an hour and a half and come back, be like, oh yeah, no domestic violence thing. Anyway, just like sit back down on the sofa and go back to drinking his Diet Coke. I'm Corian. Thank you very much for the 12 months. Welcome back. Eggnog time is soon. I haven't had any eggnog yet this year. I might go to a pub this evening. Get a beer. Get a mulled wine or something. I recorded side A of my dad's mixtape last night. Gonna record side B tonight. Like drunk teenagers and shit. He always said that it was usually just really sad, Ryan. Like it was either like really petty minor shit, like just domestic disputes kind of things. Or just like extremely sad. Like there was one year where he just like disappeared halfway through the day and didn't come back, and I never did find out what happened, but it probably wasn't good. Yeah, he's like if things do happen, it's either like really minor and over quickly or like just really sad. I mean, there are several bars called taverns around here. When the cops are called on the holidays, you know it's gonna be something that's a huge bummer. There was one time where he literally had to go like around the block and like just stop like a family relative that was just too drunk. And he said that one was really funny because they kept offering him alcohol on the way out. Which is like, like you're taking somebody to the drunk tank, like just dropped them off at the station and drove home. My uncle's like a funny person because like he used to be really high up in the RCMP. He worked in homicide and always had wild stories. Like man could fucking write a book about like the things that he solved, like or like help was in work the cases he worked on. Like he wasn't a detective or anything, but like he worked in like manslaughter, so he like bridged on homicide a lot of the time. And he retired a couple of years ago. I think it was like 2022 or something, and like renovated his whole house renovated his rental house, which my cousins live in, redid his whole roof, manicured his entire garden, bought a toy hauler, or like bought a bunch of upgrades for his toy hauler, and then went on a 6-week road trip, and then got another job as a beat cop. The only difference is now he doesn't have a commute and works 3 days a week. So he's like just this like 350-pound, 7-foot-tall man just like handing out speeding tickets. It's one of the funniest fucking things in my head. This is like this guy who like used to work in manslaughter and is like the most serious, like scary looking dude of all time. Is like going 20 over. Gonna kill somebody. He's like, my job is scaring people into not speeding. Just like that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it keeps you out of trouble, right? Wasp, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Seriously, appreciate you, mate. "20 kilometers over, that's a paddle." He's a lovely individual. I got nothing against my uncle. There was one time he pulled me and my dad over for no reason whatsoever, just to say hi. That was like, not the first time I met him, but he was like driving and just like flashed his lights behind me and my dad. And I was like, "Hey, what's up? It's good to see you. It's been a while." And my dad's just like, "We actually have somewhere we need to be." And he goes, "Oh, sorry about that. Just have a lovely afternoon." It's like, okay, man. All right. I think the last holiday that I went to at that side of the family, he had this story where there was a logging thing. I won't be too specific, but you could probably look it up if you went Googling for it. But there was a situation where people were protesting a logging company that were cutting down trees. And to do that, they were digging holes next to the tree root balls and literally cementing themselves to the trees. And so his job was to stand next to them until they fell asleep, so that they could give the order to dig them out. Which just sounds really, really tiring. And like ask them if they need water. Psycho, thank you very much for checking out a gift ×3. It's very kind of you. Hitting Reinhardt, Sasspot, and Patty. Yes. Sure, Patty. It certainly is dangerous. Yeah, you don't cement yourself to a tree. And also King of Pudding. Appreciate you, man. Not the most forward thinkers? Well, I don't know. Defending trees, especially older growth trees, is something that, like, in real life, I personally very much agree with. So it's like one of those, like, and like, as far as I know, my uncle does too. So it's like, but like once something's sold, like there's not much you can do. DS, thank you very much for the 10-pack. That's very kind of you. Next to a tree, kill it? Not the way they were doing it. It was like, it's one of those things where it's mostly on the person. And also this isn't like, you know, like hot tarmac where it would like burn your skin off. This is like soft cement. Like cold cement where you just like mix it with water. We summoned a hype train? Not quite. I mean, it's got 45 seconds left. It needs one more dollar in bits or one more Prime sub. But thank you, chat. This is weird. It feels like I've been streaming for 2 hours already, but it's only been a little over an hour. Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of weird feelings about the holidays, especially now, because like just a couple of years ago, like the family get-togethers were always giant. There was always like 20 plus people. And in a pretty short period of time, both my grandmothers passed away. And well, actually, in a short period of time, a pandemic happened, and then both my grandmothers passed away. And now it's like, I'm going to meet up with my mom and dad for dinner. And that's it. So I feel very weird this year. Like, extremely weird. Snoopachu, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. So, like, I have all these, like, extremely specific associations and, like, habits from over the years. Like, there was, like, a good 8+ years there where every year I had, and it was, like, too much back then, to be clear. It was, like, we would have a day with my mom's side of the family, an afternoon with my ex's side of the family, and then usually I would leave and then go hang out with my dad's side of the family, because like my mom's side of the family and my dad's side of the family, like, not that they don't get along, but like they don't really associate. So like my family would like migrate between 3, and then for a while there it was like my mom's side of the family, like they were always traveling around the holidays, so then it was just like my dad's side of the family, my ex's family. And then there was one year where I can't remember what happened, but like timing like just didn't work out at all. So it was like my family like went to my ex's side of the family, and that was a really interesting year. And then it was like my ex's family and then my dad's family, and then the pandemic happened. And me and my ex split. And then it was like there was one following that on my dad's side of the family, and like since then, yeah, it's just been like stuff starting to happen on my dad's side of the family again, and my mom and dad hung out with my little sister and my aunt and uncle on my mom's side on the 18th, but I live far enough away now that it's like difficult to go over and do stuff. So that didn't end up, so I didn't end up doing anything with that. So yeah, I'm just like, and my older sister's like working like 15 days in a row or something, because like she works for BC Ferries now, so she's got like just a union gig where like they tell her when she's working, and they're like, yeah, you're working 10 days over the holidays. But like, you gotta work because you gotta get your hours in. That's lovely to set a schedule around. It'll get better as the years go on. It's like only the first 3 years or something that like she's got no say over her hours. Like she'll be able to book days off, and like it's either year 3 or 4. But thank you very much for the hype train chat. You guys are very kind. Needs 4 subscriptions or $20 in bits to level up. But cheers, guys. Friend works in the old port of Montreal, and it's the same. He never knows his schedule. Yeah, I mean, I've got kind of a lot of various union workers in my dad's side of the family is very blue collar, so there's a lot of like various union workers on that side. I think my cousin Chris is in like 2 unions as far as I know. He's in like, I think it's heavy machinery and the longshoremen. It's like would just kind of whack. It's like, I didn't know you could do that, but okay. I'm a freelancer. I don't have health insurance. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very jealous of just about anybody who has union benefits. So, join a union if you have the option. I think like what's happening is, at least in my family, Fayan, I don't know if this is the same as you, but like the big organizers passed away. And nobody's had kids in a while. But like my generation, so like the people that are like all in their 20s and 30s now, are starting to get married. And I think as this generation starts having kids, those are starting to happen again. Like I know my cousin Chris and his partner, they're having a kid like in the spring. And they were talking a lot about wanting to do family things again and getting things back together. You know, you joke about that, Fagan, but I'm in a couple Discords that tried to do that, and it more or less was like kiboshed in the, oh yeah, no, we're all just gonna get banned. Like, we're just gonna like have our platform taken away like immediately if we do that. So yeah, no, it's not gonna happen. It's a nice idea, but it's never going to happen, because what will happen is if you try to unionize, like what's more valuable than trying to unionize on a particular platform as a streamer, in my opinion, is to just try to become completely independent or like free of corporate need, I guess, which is, you know, why I have my blog. So like if you want to support me off platform, you can do that quite literally directly. Is the more valuable way to do it.
It's the Subaru Share the Love sales event. Shop now and get 0% APR for 12 months. Ignore the "for the love of God." Buy a Buick sales event and get 0% APR now through New Year's.
Did you like copy paste that, Suited? Thank you very much for the tier 3 for 37 months. Appreciate you. I mean, or you're like me, where you had a friend group in high school and then everybody kind of graduated and went their separate directions, and now you have like 1 or 2 friends who live pretty far apart. And isn't Buick like entirely owned by China now? I have like this like image in my head of like a headline of Buick getting bought out by some Chinese corporation. Is it GM? Okay. Buick is one of those brands that like doesn't do well in North America at all, but sells really well. No, I remember what it was now. Was Buick was a company that was pushing back on tariffs because like the brand might cease to exist if they can't ship to China. That's what I was seeing. That's what I'm thinking of. Because like a vast majority of their sales are done overseas. Anyway. Yeah, it's something. I knew it was something percentage rate. It's basically like, it's like a money lending or loan term, King of Pudding. Your last job had 235 workers voted to unionize, and after 3 years of striking for the first CBA, company just closed and everyone lost their jobs. Oh, that sucks. I mean, that's just, I would say that's shitty management at that point. Hello, Tango. Back at you. I'm going to reiterate, I'm convinced that Jeff Bezos has absolutely no idea that the video games division or Twitch exists. That is a take that I've had for a while, and that's a take that I'm going to continue to have. Cyberdone. You mean Rockstar, Suited Giraffe? Although, speaking of unionizing, I think that we need to, like, point a finger in the air and say congratulations to id Software. They have successfully unionized, which is crazy to me, that id Software, of all places, is unionized? They're now a union shop? That's insane! Maybe one of the craziest things to happen in the games industry this year.
Spotted Tango cheered. X500. It's the Subaru Share the Love sales event.
Is this a meme?
This holiday season only. Browse our select used stock and save big. Every new, used vehicle comes with 0% APR financing, and for this holiday season
only because every purchase of a new and used Subaru comes with 10 matching sets of applicable head gaskets. No purchase necessary. Are we going to go back in time to when it was like the funny thing to put Taco Bell ads into like text-to-speech? They are a Microsoft company through ZeniMax, correct. Hold on a second, I'm just gonna... I don't think my sliding glass door is all the way closed. Definitely slid a centimeter shut. But yes, id Software is a Microsoft company, technically. Does anybody else read Copilot as cop a lot? Or is that just me? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Speaking of companies that are going to shut down soon, I feel like Megalodon, I don't know actually. That's, I mean, good for them. There's a Doom board game that's been out for a minute. Shit's pricey, I'm sure. Although that's probably a Doom licensed board game and not like id Software specifically. You broke the word Copilot now for you, thanks. They should have just kept it Cortana. I'm saying. They should have. Copilot for me is like a word similar to sword, where I say it, it's sword. I read it, it's sword. And I sword I will always read it wrong because sword is just funnier to me. Same with like Copilot. It's like, it's not Copilot, it's cop a lot. Because it is a cop a lot. It's here to call the cops a lot. I don't trust it. Damn it. I don't need my uncle showing up at my door and saying, you fucked up, son. It's like, what'd I do? It's like, you violated the terms of service. No! That's all. Happy holiday. Terms and conditions apply. Although I don't know what's funnier, the fact that like Microsoft named their like shitty Siri knockoff Cortana, or the fact that they named it Cortana and then killed it. Like, I don't know what's funnier, actually. Horseshoe Bay, like, Horseshoe Bay coming up in my chat, like, hurts my brain a little bit. Grumbar. Horses Hose Bay, yeah? I thought you were gonna write Corpolite, but Coprolite? I don't actually get it. Going into the new year, not needing Windows 11? Question. Why, what do you mean by not needing it? Why did you need it before and why don't you need it now? Shit rock. Oh, right. Okay. Got it. Sure. Suited. Yeah, absolutely. So part of the reason I'm like putting off starting the game is we got a migrant wave and also a wave of giant agitated Kia and albatross and I think a giant manta ray at exactly the same time, and there's a bunch of dwarves stuck in a tree. And I'm like kind of dreading it right now. That's all. That's where I'm at. Rip the Band-Aid. I've been trying, Reinhardt. I've been trying for like a week now. If I never load the game, I don't have to deal with the chaos. Well, I'm going to wait for the ad break to end because it literally just started. I was watching the countdown when I was saying that. And then we'll dive in. I'm going to deal with the chaos, get through the absurdity, and then we'll dive in. I mean, Linux is in an extraordinarily user-friendly state right now and will work on all computers. You know what's crazy to me, Curtains, is the article flying around stating that you don't need, you capital N need, to update your BIOS to keep playing like Riot Games games. Like, that isn't not an unsafe thing to do with your computer, but there is a not. I'm actually gonna move where my green screen is so you guys see less of my microphone stand. There is a not zero chance that you could, like, you know, fuck things up pretty badly if you don't know what you're doing, you know? guys are seeing my monitor here. Trying to adjust things here. There we go. It's a little better. Unless you absolutely have to. And you know what? I don't think that Valorant is an absolute have to. Maybe I'm underestimating the value of Valorant to people, but I don't think that's an absolute have to. I really don't. I really don't. And I know it's the holidays, but yeah, I don't know. There's some things in the games news recently that have been like distressing on very many levels. Drive the speed limit. That's all I'm gonna say. Especially if you're not the only one in the car. All right, let's play some Dwarf Fort. It's wild to me that Valorant is an angrier Counter-Strike because Valorant is like the more colorful, upbeat of the two. Like, that's crazy to me to think that it's an angrier Counter-Strike because, like, how's that possible? I heard a story, it was on Jeff Gerstmann's podcast, like, yesterday, I think, where some guy was asking if Jeff had ever gotten into a physical confrontation over a video game, and he said that him and his friend used to get like their kicks by going to internet cafes and like hacking in Counter-Strike blatantly, like just bringing USB sticks with like a bunch of wall hacks and then just like logging in on the internet cafe and just like wall hacking people for like 2 or 3 rounds and then tabbing out when people walked by and pretending they were doing nothing and then like leaving. I can't imagine that you could be angrier than that. But I guess so. I heard ASRock and MSI and Asus motherboards, there's like some sort of like backdoor issue with those motherboards and like the in-house anti-cheat from Riot is what I heard. You're in a unique position with your desktop. Your desktop is the highest performing yet most compatible Hackintosh, being that you dual boot. Being that you dual boot macOS and Linux, it does not play well with that behavior, overwhelming my bootloader. Yeah, no, dual booting is like not a logical thing to do and hasn't been for a very long time. This is what I mean by dwarves are in trees. After bricking your NVRAM, every Linux install you do is usually a 1 step forward, 2 steps back affair. And since LFG 3.1 became a thing, you're living the dual GPU life, and that unfortunately requires Windows. Right. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm going to do something that I'm kind of amazed I haven't done yet, which is I'm going to build some walls. Hence why I'm amazed I haven't done this yet. And fill it up with cage traps. And I'm going to do this specifically for the Agitated Wilds because they've gotten so bad recently. We've been getting hit by giant albatrosses, giant Kias, and various other things. And if I do this, maybe, just maybe, I can catch a bunch in cages. Because I find that if you have agitated animals in cages, they don't show up as often because they're already on the map. And so I'm going to see if I can cage trap some of them, because as you can see, we're losing dwarves like crazy. The currently living dwarves on the fort are, I'll turn on naming once we're done with this calamity. Hammerhead, Elia, we've got Salicon and Ocumber, and Oscar, as well as Mac and Tackler, and Gigmoth, as well as Rith, 409, and Ilmirin's Truth Seeker. We've got Timmy, pun intentional. Attila the Dun. We've got Wretched, who's amazingly still alive. We've got Flicker Free, and Alf, the Duke of Wavepool. We've also got a King and Queen. We've got Moreb. We've got Nortram, and we've got Riddle, as well as Shrubbert and Blue Ice and Judge, as well as Elfie Bean. We've got Freeways and Psyomegas and Tarn, the pissed off tavern keeper. Sorry, Tarn. And got some military. I gotta demilitary. We've got El Rey 7, the champion. We've got Rangor. We got Grumpy and Snail. Sentient Potato. 3 shells, as well as He-Mans and Vervito, who's been around for forever now, actually. We've got Bismuth from YouTube. We've got Hope Dusk, who killed a demon named Hope Dusk. We've got Blue Brute, who killed a Blue Brute. We've got Mud, who's the son of Puddle, or daughter of Puddle, actually. We've got Dumbo, who killed a giant flying elephant. We've got Skink, who killed a skink demon, and Iffy Spiffy. We've also got a Chamberlain. Well, that's interesting. There's a recent addition. We've got Sky Smeller, who is a outpost liaison, and Puddle, who's Puddle is the son of Mud. I had it backwards. We've also got Letteran and Dwarf Poles down at the bottom, and Onion. To cause all that vomit? This is a 13-year-old, mostly underground, Untamed Wilds map. That should answer what the hell happened to cause all that vomit. I don't really know how else to answer that. But this is a old, mostly underground map. Did you die again? Did I stutter? No, Blue Ice is alive. Did I not read Blue Ice? I thought I did. I'd swear I did. Maybe I just read the Blue Devil and thought that I read Blue Ice, but... Yeah, this is very much a basement dweller fortress. And I'm currently trying to rescue all these outdoor dwarves. Although maybe it's not going to be as bad as I thought it would be, because... We'll see. Also, the vomit's moving because of the ocean waves. Sorry, that's a sentence. The vomit is moving because of the ocean. Yes. We've got agitated giant flies attempting to assault the fortress. And Frisco-born has been found dead, reason dehydrated. I also fucked up and locked a bunch of dwarves in the caverns not super long ago. Which I feel real fucking dumb about, but it happened, so that's all I can really say is that happened. Also, this is happening. A beast composed of water has arrived. It is it has a long straight horn and a gaunt appearance. Are there any burrows on? Yes. What's its ability? Beware its webs. Stalcob. I love the colorations, man. It's truly, I'd say it's a glass cannon, but it's a bit more of a bubble. I'm just saying. Maybe more like... I don't know. Natural selection has failed us. It's true. Yeah. It's a sticky water blob? Ew. That's gross. Even with the webs, it's not going to do much damage? It might, depending on how big it is. But it's also in a layer where it can't get to us. So I'm not too concerned about it. Dwarves are running up pretty quickly. So, if I scroll down here, yeah, we've got an agitated manta ray on the map. So check this out. Check this out. Look at this guy. Look at that butte. Ain't it gorgeous? Maybe it will clean up some of the vomit. The vomit actually goes away after a while. Because it's outside, the rain periodically. Like, does anybody here listen to the band, oh boy. Does anybody here listen to the band called, I know the song's called Missile Command. Quicksand. Quicksand Missile Command. Just and it rains and it rains and it rains is the fucking chorus of that song. I wanted to thank you for the little turtle video you made for Caves of Cud. You've been obsessed with it for the last month. Happy to help. I need to make more Cud things. I've got some Cud footage that I could turn into a thing. I just need to sit down and do it. And Wilmar, back at you, mate. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you. And cheers, Gaia, in the YouTube chat. Thanks to everybody for tuning in on this this holiday day. I never understood why that joke is funny. I do remember the video it's from, though.
Crypt beer, crypt beer.
The Mary Chrysler thing. Like, I kind of feel bad for that lady. Like, she just kind of seems drunk. Like, viral videos to me have, like, kind of a circular thing where eventually, like, I just feel bad for the person in the video. And that's one of the ones where I just kind of feel bad. Like, that's the rest of your life now. You're never going to outlive that. What have you been trying to achieve in adventure mode? Montecore, thanks for the 27th month. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Montecore? Keeping that sub alive for 27 months. The Grink. Is that somebody trying to say the Grinch? That's all I can think it would be. Okay, let's move all of these dwarves down to here. Getting them all out of the upper area. Okay, you are very injured. Let's just forbid that because we don't need to worry about that. I don't see any bugs around. This poor dwarf. Until all the carriers get back, do you get tomorrow off, Ice Blue, or do you work tomorrow? In this Fort Nepkin? I don't think I'm doing anything with Whipvine, no. At least, not that I'm growing locally. Only imported stuff, if anything. Uh-oh. Did the dwarf die, or did they get up? They may have died. Come here, you. I'm trying to save this dwarf. Buddy, I need you to go towards the fort. Okay, over here, I'm gonna open this. And go down into here and close this. I've lost that dwarf. Come on, dwarves. The flies. Yeah, we're literally getting attacked by giant flies, which is like the most Manitoba thing I've ever heard. Okay, so you are all the way the hell down here. Oh, this poor dwarf. Oh my god. It's being assisted now finally, and they killed it. Okay, so I need to rescue this dwarf. These lower squads I can send back to training. So let's wait until somebody comes out to recover the wounded. Here comes Aiden. We'll get an idea of... Yeah, see, we've already caught one. Let's actually log. I've got a lot of logs. That's good. Let's just go wooden cage. But I will make them out of, like... something that I would have a ton of. Like tower cap. And let's just make 40. Oh no. Chat, we lost the queen. And the king. Oh, I was unaware of this. Shit. Lost? Yeah, we'll just have to dig under the pillows. They must have died yesterday, but like... something happened. Future Disco. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the 5-pack. Back at you, Jody. It's 1000% not a vampire. No, they definitely died to the surface somehow. Or to something underground. This poor guy got dropped again. Yeah, no, they definitely got killed by something on the surface, but I have no idea where. They may have shown up as missing, and I may have missed them. Trees, then? I mean, they're dead. They got killed by giant flies or some other agitated animal. So suggestions aren't gonna make me find them. I'll also be completely honest with you, I don't know what their names were. Because I didn't have time to nickname them. They showed up at the end of yesterday's stream. So, no, they're just dead. It doesn't really matter at this point. It'll either say went missing or starved to death. I guarantee you it's one of the two. Like, I'll be completely direct. I don't actually care that much. it certainly, like, isn't mandatory to the success of this fort. I'm mostly just kind of surprised. Like, I was like, okay, because I thought I put them in so I put them in this burrow where they couldn't get out and wouldn't get injured. So I kind of figured they would be fine, but it doesn't really matter all that much. It's mostly just kind of like a, huh, okay. Well, that sucks. Oh well. Anyways. Oh no! Anyways. I care more about the Alf the Duchy. Or signed away? Yeah, I mean, like, it just kind of goes to show just that this fort's pretty violent at the moment. Like, there's a lot of unsuspected deaths and tantruming happening, like these broken doors and such. Yearly? Nobody demands anything yearly. They only demand them quarterly. And I've got all of them, like, already, like, queued up. So we've got gloves, statues, and spears that are being made quarterly. And I've got rings that are being made quarterly as well. And so I never run into issues with not having enough stuff. But, like, we still have the Outpost Liaison. Actually curious. Yeah, oh, it's a little odd. Who's the nobility now, though? That's the question. Arath is now the king. I don't recognize that name. Fascinating. I don't know. They might reappear. They might not. Not super. Not going to lose sleep either way. Okay. Well. With all that being said, I think we're through that initial influx of ah! So it's time to get back to more important matters. Can you repair them or do they need to be replaced? It's exactly the same as the way it was before. So, like, this is a damaged door. Where, like, if an enemy goes to attack it now, because, like, dwarves that would get pissed off would, like, beat the crap out of furniture and things and, like, throw stuff and, like, do damage to things. Well, that's kind of crazy. It's just like an artifact sword right there. Like, dwarves that would get pissed off at things will just break things. Like, that's the way they've always kind of worked. But, like, now it just simply represents it visually, so nothing's actually changed mechanically, so it's just visual representation. So, like, just about every piece of furniture has, like, a damaged state now. Can you have a cat? Sure. Male cat or lady cat? Do you have preference? And would you like cat or kitten? Probably have kittens. I don't have kittens. So male cat or lady cat? Yeah, everything takes damage, basically. I mean, like, the classic one is buildings slowly degrade, Reinhardt. But the only ones that degrade fast enough to even be noticeable are wooden structures. And every 400 years or so, every single wooden structure in a building will disintegrate. So if you run a fortress for longer than like 150 years, you'll have to replace everybody's beds eventually. Because they will just start to degrade and the dwarves will start to get pissed off at the low quality beds. I will give you a full heal because I feel bad. Because this kitty's injured. I don't want to give you an injured cat. So Psycho, pet, who is the pet of Kib Eriblocum, pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking matters, and takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he is often nervous. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He's quite polite and he's quite polite and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Prefers to live as harmoniously as possible and is somewhat quarrelsome. He's bothered by this since he values friendship. Aw. He has no kills that we know of. He's got cat pus covering his right front leg. And he's got a very large kitty cat family. I also really like the new portraits. They're great. And hello, YouTube folks. I will say the YouTube chat is pretty quiet today. So if I'm not looking at the YouTube chat as often, that is why. But I just wanted to say to the people watching the YouTube stream, the first person to put, I don't know, 3 Christmas tree emojis, I think those exist, or tree-related emojis, into the YouTube chat can name something, dwarf or otherwise. So my miners are largely equipped with adamantine pickaxes, and we are slowly going through the process of digging too deeply and greedily into hell. That is it's a pretty slow process, but it is something that we've been working on. There are dwarves in hospital right now. Let me check on the actual supply of the hospital. Supply of the hospital seems good, although I do need some soap. So I'm just gonna make ash and lye and tallow. Ash. Make lye. Soap from tallow. And let's just make 2 Phidia each. I should have everything to make all those, but I will double check. Do I have a thing making ash? Yes, I do. So we should be good. Frosty Noodle. What would you like to name? The vet mod is always a must for you. That's one of those mechanics that I want in the vanilla game so much that I will not use a mod and will just keep complaining until Tarn adds it. I find that, like, also more recently I find this because, like, a couple things that I've specifically asked for when Tarn asks me what quality of life features he should add. Anyway, I find more recently, especially, like, it's better for me to complain if something isn't, like, there and do it loudly and frequently, because I think the developers watch the stream enough that they notice if I complain about something consistently, and it seems to get added quicker. So I will just keep wish casting vet activity in Dwarf Fort until it happens, is I think the current plan for me. It just seems to be more valuable. Complain about necromancer behavior? I don't know. You should watch my Fortress Brain Rot. I think necromancer behavior is totally acceptable. I don't want necromancers to... that's actually something that I won't agree with people on. I don't want necromancers to be functional in Fort mode. I think them being dysfunctional fucks in Fort mode is more fitting of necromancy. Because, like, they get expelled in World Gen consistently. Although, that being said, if all of your necromancers and the entirety of the population of the fortress are undead, they work great. So, no, I don't think I will, actually. I do need to make a video out of Brain Rot, because that fortress was a trip. Bearded brewer named Frosty Noodle. I don't have any bearded brewers at the moment. The thing is, like, most of the dwarves in this... I could do a bearded planter named Frosty Noodle, who's legendary at planting. Does that work? I can't do brewer because none of them have beards. I have a question, Nefkin. Have you had necromancers in your fort recently? They summon nightmares that just fucking kill everything. Anything that feels fear. I think that's a detriment. Personally, Like, they will literally just kill everything. Unless they don't feel fear, which means they need to already be undead. Which is the detriment, in my opinion. But sure, no, I agree with that. That like, they shouldn't be migrating to your fortress. Period. I think there is detriments, though. I don't agree that there's no detriments at the moment. I think there used to be more detriments to having them in your fortress when they would just resurrect zombies for no reason whatsoever. I don't think that there's no detriments right now, though. There is detriments. Basically, what I'm going to say again, watch my videos or my VODs for the Fortress Brain Rot, where I turned every single dwarf in that fort into a zombie, because there is detriments to having necromancers, and especially if they have nightmares, and there are unique ways to deal with it. So I kind of don't agree with your argument there, but I do agree that they shouldn't migrate to your fortress. Like, they should be a bigger negative. The fucking white balance on my camera is doing something weird. Hold on. Hold on, let me just adjust something. Turn that off. But anyway, I will just remind you that there are places where you can leave feedback for the game and complain about bugs. There is the Bay12 forums, which is a pretty good one. And then there's also the various Kitfox Discord rooms where you can talk to the actual developers. And I will complain about things that I think are a problem, and I recommend that if you are bothered by something in the game right now or think it's broken, you should go complain about that there. Because at the end of the day, I don't necessarily agree with you on necromancers. I don't think they should migrate to the fort. I don't think there's that what you're saying is necessarily something I agree with. So, but we're all different. And also, I don't develop this video game. Save the game, okay. It literally just saved, but if you insist. Wolfus Cray, thank you very much for the Prime for 4 months. Appreciate you. What's the best way to get rid of a necromancer? Click on them, click on the little arrow with the head next to it, and click expel. It's the best way to get rid of it. Okay, so I need to name Frosty Noodle. Frosty Noodle is obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in his proper place. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and has a very calm demeanor, and he likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and doesn't often experience cravings or urges, and he is troubled by this since he values such powerful forces in life. He is quite ambitious, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He's pleased by his appearance and talents, and he tends to think before acting. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding and wishes that this were the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He tends to avoid crowds and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. No, I mean, that dwarf, if they have a bunch of extended family, will get an upset thought, but it's not a huge mood deterrent. Like, there's very little negative with expelling people. So the only negative that I can think of with expelling people is if you have a were-creature in your fort and you expel them, they'll probably attack you again. And if you have a vampire in your fort and you expel them, they'll probably come back with a different name and be a vampire again. But for necromancers, they usually just disappear. Besides, it's not like they'll look any different. So, like, just keep an eye out. I think that you and me are playing different video games, Nefkin. Like, maybe even completely different video games. Yeah, I could not disagree more with your takes or statements, actually, at this point. We play very different video games. And that's good, because like that means that the game is malleable into what you want it to be. He personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. And does not particularly value the truth. Chatter is playing Warhammer? Seems like, yeah. Actually. Likes chalk, silver, black opal, and giant aardvark leather, and the color raw umber. Leggings, rabbits for their ability to burrow, and giant ocelots for their coat patterns. The sound of the drum of trumpets and the sight of the smile of skirts, and when possible, prefers to consume tapier, spelt beer, and hard wheat flour, and single grain wheat seeds, and absolutely hates blood gnats. Yeah, I don't know. I've been mostly ignoring the elves this run, or this fort, I guess. Traded with them a couple times. They seem friendly enough. Zudalal is the deity that they worship, and they are a member of the Helpful Glove Doctrine. That is the Keeper of Blankets, Zudalal. I'm saying that I play the game very differently than you, to the point where I think that we're playing different games, and also I think that your attitude kind of fucking sucks. But that's unrelated to the game. If you're gonna call me that word, I think that you're an immature child who should probably smell some fresh air once a year. Happy holidays. I also think that if you genuinely are going to say that about me in my chat, you are very much somebody who doesn't know me very well. For a multitude of reasons. And you think about this game in very different ways than I do. And once again, I will reiterate that I think that that demonstrates the power and flexibility of this game, but also massively highlights your closed-mindedness and unwillingness to feel that people enjoy things for different reasons. If you're joking, you need to realize that jokes require a punchline and humor. And, being rude can be funny if there's, like, context for it or, like, a relationship that's already been built. But in this case, I don't really know you. This is mostly my first impression of you. And my first impression of you is you called me a simp. Which is mostly used as an insult. Unless, like, you know, you and me are hanging out in a bar and we're talking. That's a different setting. But you just being in my chat and, like, going on about, you know, for all intents and purpose, massacring a faction of the game, which, fine, that's cool. And then me talking about how I like trading with the elves mostly, at least in this playthrough. And then you just insulting me? If that's your sense of humor, I think you have a crappy sense of humor, friend. That's it. Like, I don't know. If you're trying to be funny, it's not working. And humor is subjective. I think that, like, tact and reading the room is very important in humor. And if you're trying to be funny, then, cool. But it's not landing, at least for me. Maybe it's landing for somebody in chat. But not for me. I think that a lot of the anti-elf sentiment leaks from surface-level immaturity of media and lack of desire to, how do I explain this? See more depth in things, or just simply playing the game as a war game. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think that there are different cultures on the internet where people talk about things differently and people treat people differently. And I tend to not exist in circles where people just insult each other as humor, because I don't find those places to be particularly pleasant. Yeah, and I'm totally fine with any of the factions in Dwarf Fortress being an adversary as a form of storytelling. But if you're going to inform me that the only way to play the game is to kill all of a certain faction, be that humans, dwarves, goblins, or elves, I think that's a very simple, boring way to play the game. And if your response is to insult me as a joke, when I say that's a very different way to play the game, then you're not being humorous or funny. I think you're just kind of an asshole. Tips to trade with elves. All they bring are nuts that are not enough giant animals. So the elves only settle in forests. And just like any faction in the game, they bring the things that are available to them. So if they're settled in a lot of untamed wilds areas, or like, actually, here's a tip. Scroll around in the overworld, and when you're settling, you'll be able to see where are untamed wilds and where are not. If you go to a particular location, like let's say, oh, these are all destroyed. Let's say this human place that I don't currently have access. This is actually a goblin place. I need a location that I don't currently have contact with. There's very few of them. Goblin forest retreat, human forest retreat. Yeah, there's actually very few elves left in this world, which is a shame, really. Here, the dark elven pits of sinful brightness, but they don't actually know that I'm here. So if I click on this and I say, demand one-time tribute, that won't make them go to war with me. They'll lose a little bit of relation with me, but they won't go to war with me. If there are elves that exist in the world in a forest retreat, like this elven forest retreat, if they weren't highlighted as allied with me, I could demand tribute from them specifically. And if you know that they're in an Untamed Wilds world, they're more likely to bring giant animals because they're in an Untamed Wilds location. So try and demand tribute specifically from people that are in Untamed Wilds if you want large animals to trade with. This also goes for humans. Humans sometimes bring large animals. Not as often as elves, though. And as far as tips to trade with them, they really like cloth crafts, like pigtail and silk and that sort of thing. I don't know if they trade with dyes. I actually like trading with them because I think that they actually have a lot more nuance to their trading than any other faction. Like, they're the only one with, like, requirements, which I think is interesting. I think that actually makes trading more compelling to me. I know for a lot of people, it's just very surface level. It's like, well, that's annoying. It's like, well, I don't think it's annoying. I think it's interesting. I think there's a difference there. Pretty stark difference, actually, at least for me. But, yeah, I don't know. I think that they're one of the more compelling groups to trade with because of their requirements. Also, this may have changed in the Siege update, but I haven't fought with them since the Siege update. I used to always not like fighting with them because I found them too easy. Like, boring. Like, kind of annoying because they would like, ambush. And then once they'd gotten through the ambush, just kind of uninteresting because of the way that they would just, like... Uh-oh, I've got a ghost. Where you goes? And then kind of boring because they would arrive and then... like, nothing would happen. If that makes any sense. Like, I would just murk them immediately. And so I would always try and trade with them because, like, it was just easier to get big animals from them that way, was just trading with them. Speaking of being a bad person. I'm gonna lock this door. I'm gonna keep you, because you're not pissed off. But these two dwarves, Siomegas, rest in peace, and Mistim keep tantruming, and have been causing a lot of grief in the fort, and I think that we'll be better off without them here. That's our strange mood for a legendary armor smith. What'd you grab? Adamantine. Let's go. Diplomacy is something that's supposed to be expanded upon next year, but yeah, I mean, you can... World domination is a tale as old as time in Dwarfort. Cassio? Thanks, Captain Obvious. I'm glad that you pointed out something that I'm very well aware of. What's your point, Vem? And also, is that a question? If it's a question, mostly soldiers or ex-soldiers. Most of my nobles are actually quite happy. I'm going to say this hot take. There is magic in Dwarf Fortress, and there's been magic in Dwarf Fortress for a while. I also can't wait for more magic, or more explicit magic, but I feel like it's like unfair to Dwarf Fortress to say that there isn't magic in the game at the moment. Is that a hot take? Power went out for a bit. What did you miss? Everybody got inside. We named some dwarves, talked about elves. Life goes on. Happy holidays. Hopefully power don't stay up for too long. I mean, like, they're like, I want more just, like, ambiguous magic, I guess, is more what it is for me. What blocks do I have at the moment? Just want to note the numbers. Bunch of andesite, bunch of dacite. Not much diorite. All right, let's just do this. I'm trying to, like, clean this area up a little bit. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Scrolling back up in chat, make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. I mean, you can make zombies and you don't even need to be standing next to them? Oh, you mean like for what? For necromancy, or are you talking about like haunted biomes? Okay, so this whole area, as from yesterday, should be possible to dig through. So we're just going to go through it. Like, it should all be safe. It should. Got a decent number of miners. So long, Fairdorf. Unhealth care? That is a sentence. I would say it's more like re-life care, but less unhealth. But we're just like talking semantics at this point. Speaking of unhealth care, I would describe McDonald's as unhealth care. I don't know who posted the meme on my Discord, but somebody shared a meme on Discord where it's like, it's a picture of Pennywise and a picture of Ronald McDonald. And it's like, I've killed more people than you. There's something about that I find genuinely funny. Oh. Apparently we've released a Echo of Forgotten Divine Retribution. The first in some time, which is actually quite exciting, because that means that we get to melt down more stuff, most likely. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to click the other button. Standard selections to blueprints. Let's see what this Echo of Forgotten Divine Retribution be. It is a Tura's Champion crossbow. Oh, it's a crossbowman. Please tell me it's like the other one. So there is a bug with these crossbowman creatures. They don't have ammo. I don't know if they've always been this way, but this is the second one now that I've gotten that doesn't have ammo. Like, look at this. He's got a pockmarked crossbow, the frilly cloth skirts, and a quiver, and that is it. And immediately had his arm chopped off by Flicker, I think. Yep, Flicker says, I can't just stand by, this might require an answer. And then strikes the Tura's Champion in the left lower arm, and the arm sails off in an arc after hitting it in the arm the first time. Basically, like, was just la-di-da mining through a rock. He just kept mining. And that isn't even an adamantine pick. That's just one of the steel ones. Well, let's send these dwarves to go kill it. Flicker Free goes back into the combat and actually gets grabbed by the Pigtail Braze after missing. Did hit it in the arm again, which tore the muscle. The creature has seemingly lost a chunk of their leg and is now bleeding heavily and is faint. The dwarf is now unconscious after getting hit, probably. Got bit in the head. Oh. And it's now whipping them around by the head. They've dropped their pick, are now winded, cannot breathe. Presumably their spine has been broken. Solid attempt all in all, dwarf, but bad news in the grand scheme of things. It may be a tie, though, because Lone Snoots... Okay, never mind. Lone Snoots is no longer bleeding. Is now just simply seriously injured, and the rest of the miners are going, oh, God! And it seems that... Did you get it? I'm going to name you Flicker for killing the creature what killed Flicker Free. And just like that, we go back to standard selections. The creature gets removed. We have a fancy patchy cloth quiver. And I can now go up to here and type in metal. Let's see, is it forbidden somewhere around here? It must be. There it is. It's invisible, but we've got this pockmarked metal crossbow. I'm going to go to you and say, melt a metal object. I'm also going to go mine out maybe not a bunch more, but some more marble. I need more marble. To make more steel. And Dirty Dwarf the Miner's been found dead, who was sealed up inside of something scary. We've also found another treasure of the gods, which is a large, jagged, twisting metal cap. Great. Oh, shit! I should check out this clip of Blind IRL streaming Dwarf Fortress. But what exactly did you clip? I've killed more people than you. Oh, that. Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, I was talking about McDonald's. This is like that other, like I uploaded a clip the other day of me quoting the Blues Brothers, and the clip ends with me saying, "Please don't ban me," because it sounds bad out of context. Uh-oh, you're hunting for small creature. So you should be delivered food. I'm a little worried about this dwarf. Got a lot of dwarves named Mistum, turns out. I think I'm going to do something real quick. I'm just going to go stockpile, stockpile, stockpile. Oh, well, I'll put one in there, but we're just not going to worry about it. And this is just going to be for prepared meals, and these are going to take items from here. I'm not gonna lie, Fem, if you don't want to devote brain space, this might not be a game for you. Hello, Zoomzang. How is you? Happy holidays. Like, I hate to break it to you, but also, as far as like not memorizing like what is flux and what isn't, there is, and what is magma safe, there's like half, maybe a third of the different materials in this game that I do have memorized. Most of them I do not. Most of them I just like forget constantly. And occasionally it comes up where I remember, but most of the time I've forgotten. And when it comes to, like, there has been forts where, ooh, there we, no, we haven't melted it yet. There has been forts where I will forget what material I have available, and then not remember until somebody in chat's like, you know that's magma safe, right? Like, that happened to me recently with quartzite, where quartzite's magma safe. And I had a fort that was full of quartzite, and I was complaining I didn't have anything magma safe. And then somebody in chat was like, isn't quartzite magma safe? And I was like, shit, is it? And like went and checked and was like, huh. And just like went to the, because it's under the stone use menu right here, right? Where it just shows you. And like, I just never looked because I was like, I forgot that it was lava safe. It's that kind of thing. Like, that happens to me all the time. Okay, so this dwarf is making their artifact. They've claimed adamantine, coyote leather, gabbro blocks, reindeer leather, rose cut, agitated Kia bone. I like that the bones are still agitated after all this time. There's no fixing its anger. Alpaca cloth and cave spider silk. Found out through trial and error. I disagree with that, Apella, but you can have that take. Also, you came over from the YouTube side, hey? Delicious giant Kia. Well, gotta make some giant agitated Kia bone soup. Metalhead, good to see you. They hiss when you approach? The Kias or the bones? It's always jagged. The armorer has created Ugoshethales, a jagged adamantine cap, and offers it to the magical jaw of sharks. I'm going to give that to my Duke. It's always jagged, man. I've done, like, armor-focused forts before. I don't think I've ever had one that was, like, every single armor piece that was made had, like, a thing in front of it. Jagged, etc. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with alpaca wool and giant Kia bone, and encircled with bands of reindeer leather. This object menaces with spikes of adamantine and coyote leather. On the item is an image of Onul, clasp channeled, the dwarf, and Krurut, the brewery of Curls, the bronze battle axe in Cave Spider Silk. Onul is raising the bravery of Curls. The artwork relates to the offering of Krurut, the bravery of Curls, by the dwarf Catan Speargrey. I wish his name was Spear Guy. To the dwarf Onul clasp handled, the magical saber in 213. Interesting. On the item is an image of 2 plum trees in rock crystal. On the item is an image of channeled orbs, the large, jagged, twinkling metal cap in Gabbro. We're in an ad break. I'll wait for that to end. Basically, I just wish that they had the default sprite. Even if it was just like a perfectly normal, like, uninteresting sprite, I'd be okay with it, but it bothers me that they don't have sprites. That's all. That's all. Also, are captions working? I'm gonna try turning them off and on again. I don't see them. working real quick. Testing, testing, testing. Uh-oh. That seems odd. Can I refresh? They don't seem to be working on my end, so that's weird. Also, I just learned that the captions plugin that I use is made by a person named Rat with a Shotgun. I never actually read the credits of it. It's like made by Rat with a Shotgun. Huh. That's really funny. Yeah, I don't know. I just tried enabling it and disabling it, and it doesn't seem to be working, so. They were earlier. Oh, that's even weirder. It's just holidays where, like, everything is breaking. I'm just going to fully disable and re-enable again. Try that, maybe. Hey! They seem to be back now. Clearly, I mean, if a rat ran at me with a shotgun, I would be almost as amused as Squirrel with a gun, but I don't know. I watched Gremlins last night, and they seem to have pretty bad aim, so I think the Gremlins may actually have worse aim than Stormtroopers, so maybe that's similar sitch, you know? I'm sorry, but what would a biblically accurate Skaven look like? A rat with a shotgun? Is that what you're implying? It's a size thing? What, that... Wait. Okay, I have several questions now. That's not where I want that. That's where I want that. You'll be lurking occasionally, chiming in, starting the cooking for tomorrow? Gotcha. Where you been? What you been up to? Like, the past, I don't know how long it's been, Metalhead. I've only ever seen you in the YouTube chat for a while. Bobtron as well. Happy holidays. Okay, question. Rat with a shotgun. Is it a giant rat with human-sized shotgun? Or is it rat with tiny shotgun? Or is it rat with rat-sized rat with human-sized shotgun? Because if it's rat-sized rat with tiny shotgun, that's just kind of adorable. If it's rat-sized rat with human shotgun, that's just kind of funny. Walk around it. I'm sure it can't carry it very quickly. If it's human-sized rat with human-sized shotgun, that's terrifying. Now that was a concept I hadn't contemplated. Suited giraffe, I will have to think on this one. Human-sized rat with rat-sized shotgun. It's like tiny little feature. You haven't played Dwarf Fortress in like 2 years. How's the performance? In like 2 years, I don't have 185 population. I have 205 population. It doesn't go below 60 unless I have like 400 plus dwarves or something crazy is happening. Like, I have an abnormally good computer for this game. I have a Ryzen 7800 X3D, which apparently is like just absurdistly good at running this game. So there is that. That being said, in the last 2 years since you last played, I would recommend installing the game or launching the game if you haven't, and loading one of your old save files and seeing what the performance is like. There's been multiple improvements that have like doubled my frame rate over the years. The first major one was SDL2, where a fort that I was playing, well, actually no, the first one was line of sight optimizations, which made the fort that I was playing at the time go from about 15 frames a second to about 40. The second one was SDL2, which made a fort that I was playing after the fact go from about 20 to 30 FPS, because it was a pretty big fort, to about like 80 flat, like it just like maxed out the frame rate, whatever I could set it to, unless I go like above like 140 or 150. So my frame rate like doesn't drop. And what's funny is there was a person, because I just did an interview with Tarn, there was a person who sent in a question that I didn't ask because I thought it was kind of insulting, which was, Dwarf Fortress can't, like, frame rate is terrible. When are you going to optimize this stupid game? I can't have more than 300 dwarves. was more or less what they said, with almost that many insults. And it's like, yeah, I don't know, the game runs just fine. Like, you can make it run terribly, but like... Anander, hello! It's good to see you. Just a busy life, spending most weekends with your girlfriend. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, I see you on the YouTube comments, so it's good to see you pop by. Glad things are well. This is just like an animated movie that never released, Apella. Is he nuts? That's what I was wondering. I don't know. To me, it's like Dwarf Fortress performance at this point is very similar to... Ooh, what that? Holy shit, we found a thong! I'm just... Hold on. Just gotta screenshot that. Tab over to social media. And post that and type in Happy Holidays. Thumbs up. It sings? I guess so. You know, I don't think I've ever actually seen a sprite for thongs. Like, loincloths exist. But I can't remember the last time I actually saw a thong. Thanks for the $1, by the way. It would sing only remorseful dirges. Probably. All I want for Christmas is a sing-song thong. A bard named Sisquo? Who's Sisquo? I don't have any bards in the fort. I could appoint one. Male or female? Bearded note. Legendary musician. I could give you the Chamberlain. Ryzen 5 or Ryzen 7? Oh, 76. Okay, I'm not familiar with the 7600 X3D at all. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you're still complaining about frame rate for Dwarf Fortress and you're playing the most current version, you either have a potato PC, which fair, like that sucks. That's a very real thing that can happen. Or you are doing something that is breaking the frame rate, and I could probably fix it, or you just have too many dwarves, or you're like on too big of a map. Like if you're complaining about Dwarf Fortress's frame rate and you're on a 12 by 12 map and you have 400 population, like, duh. It's like complaining about the frame rate in City Skylines while also having the mod that lets you play on the entirety of the map. You know? Like, yeah, it'll run like shit, because like that's not what the game's optimized for. What's your frame rate out of curiosity, Dirty? I mean, yeah, I mean, I've done 6x6 and 7x7 maps that largely run fine. I don't know at all what you're referring to, but Beard, okay. Jody, but I can do that. Chamberlain is not a private person and freely shares details of his life and is very slow to anger, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he tries to keep things orderly. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values family. Dreams and, and likes lignite steel and red spinel, as well as giant gazelle hoof, lorikeet parchment, the color dark blue, spears, and the words of the Satanese scribe, and when possible prefers to consume giant magpie and custard apple cider, and absolutely hates large roaches. I'm very sorry, Taco Sunday. But like if you have an older computer and the game doesn't run super well. Okay, so hypothetical, right? If you can get the game running at an acceptable frame rate, let's throw out an acceptable frame rate, 40 frames a second, in most situations, and you decide to go outside of that and the game runs poorly, and you know that you have an older computer, is that the fault of the game developer for not optimizing the game enough? Or is that on your computer? Because I do think that there's like a certain portion of Dwarf Fortress's population, or player base, I guess is maybe the better way to say it, that feels that Dwarf Fortress should run at 1,000 frames a second because it's a pixel art game. And that like anything below 60 is like a horrible frame rate. So it's really hard to like discern as to like what is like legitimate frame rate feedback. And like, because for me, as long as the fort's above 20, it's perfectly playable, and I get kind of annoyed if it goes below 15. And I don't think that's happened in years. And outside of like weird circumstances where something crazy is happening. Anyway, this dwarf likes lignite steel and spinel, giant gazelle hoof and lorikeet parchment, as well as the color dark blue, blah, 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 blah. I already read that. Large roaches he hates. He's got a large family, actually. Uncle Dirty Bum died, unfortunately. His youngest daughter, the clother, died outside. That's unfortunate. Dreams of creating a great work of art. It's got a bunch of apprentices. Fun. So let me tell you this. Are you talking about your graphical FPS, or are you talking about your gameplay FPS? Because there's two different FPSs. So there's like, rather, where is it? It's under video, isn't it? Yeah. So there's graphical FPS. Should set that to your monitor. And then there's game speed FPS, which defaults to 80. But you might not want to turn it that high, which is the one that most people complain about. I set it to 60 because otherwise I find the game runs fast enough that like chat has a hard time following, and it's this one. Game frames per second cap. I think this defaults to 80. $100 watching? Way more than 100 watching, Frosty Noodle. That's not too abnormal, though. The 52 likes things. People on YouTube tend to be very passive in their viewings. Click the like button, but don't shame people who haven't. You know that feeling when you're like, I think there was just a car accident? I just hear a car horn that someone's just leaning on. Hold on. Looks out window, sees car collided with pole. Yep. You love the look of this fort. This fort's bothering me so much because so many of the floors are unfinished, but I'm glad you like the look of it. Oopsies. Like, I like this upper level, but this lower level and then this lower level are bothering the hell out of me. But yeah, happy holidays, I guess. For me, it highly depends on like what the creatures are made of. I'm mostly just impressed that you're playing at 100 FPS. Like, that's really fast. Like, I personally, on my own time, if like I'm testing something, I play at 80, but I don't ever really go above that. Oh, gotta get those dealt with. But like 100 is like, that's fast. You know, it like, for those of you who didn't play in the olden days of the before times, back when this game ran like shit, on this same computer, this exact setup, in version 47.05, for those of you who missed it or didn't see it, there's a documentary about Dwarf Fortress that was filmed by No Clip Video, Danny O'Dwyer and crew. And that was... uh-oh. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. That was... for... a lot of the footage in that was of older versions, and I recorded all of the ASCII footage for that, or most of the ASCII footage for that documentary. And I played a bunch of 47.05 and earlier, and on this computer, with 100 dwarves, I can't get above 30 FPS consistently. This exact same setup. So, like, I would have a hard time going below 30 now. It's got webs. All right, well, let's see what we can do. Let's get these dwarves above ground. I'm going to go up to here and just get rid of all these. Hey, chat. Can I get a Vile Force of Darkness or, like, a round of beers for good luck? Because these dwarves are going to need it. Let's go places, siege engines, activate all. Things are about to start dying, I think. So this creature is heavily bleeding. It's another skink fiend. It's been hit by multiple miners with adamantine picks and is colliding with Grumpy, the sacred ore, who's already dead. That is 3 dead already. 2 miners and a soldier, I think. It immediately collides with Ghosty, who's firing a bolt thrower. And Limul here, Rackbucks, who's being a dumb. I'm actually just going to go down here and forbid everything down here, because that's probably what they're going for. How did you... You were literally sleeping and it ran past you? Well, that's crazy. Okay, I don't know what that dwarf's going for, but... Did you kill it? Yep. Ghosty got the kill. Alana, thank you very much for the raid. Happy holidays. Raiders, can I get a round of beers for Ghost, or just like, hell yeah, for Ghosty, who fired this bolt thrower and shot a demon to death. That could have done some pretty serious damage to the fort. In fact, shot it in the head, which tore its brain. How was the stream today? What are you guys playing? Welcome to some, well, of Dwarf Fortress. We just lost Grumpy, figures, as well as Kib down here. So a alligator is going to be like aggressive, but like it's not going to attack you outright, really. Like, I don't know, treat it like a bear. Maybe give it some space, keep an eye on it, kind of thing. We did find maybe the most holiday perfect item here. This is a gift from the gods, from the times of old, before time itself had once begun. And this is a large singing metal thong. So, yeah. I don't know how comfortable that is, but it is truly a gift from the gods. Let it sing? Damn right. What else are we gonna let it do? Sings WAP. Of course it does. What else would it sing? The Thong of the Gods, yes. Tales of the Neon Sea. Okay. It's quite the story and awesome puzzles. Or awesome pixels. Gotcha. Neat. So when you say cool puzzly, is this like a platformy type thing? Like a kind of a top-downy kind of thing? Or just puzzles type thing? Regardless, though, haven't heard of it, so hope you enjoyed it. Y'all ready for the holidays? My holidays are admittedly rather simple this year. My parents are coming over tomorrow, and we are... I think that cat adopted somebody. Hold up. Nope, never mind. My parents are coming over, and we are... And I got catering, so we're just gonna eat Christmas dinner, and it's basically gonna be all there is to it. It's gonna be pretty straightforward, simple stuff for me this year. YouTube chat was slowish. It usually is. Even on busy days, it's still slowish. I think the combat in Songs of Six is extremely rough because YouTube chat is talking about it. Also, I'm not gonna lie. There is something about this that I find really funny. It makes sense, and I do it too. I think this is just a very human habit, which is simply oh, that's grim. Actually, you know what? Psyomegas, I'm gonna save you and just expel you. That's what I'm gonna do. I have this habit too, which is tune into YouTuber or streamer's stream and ask if they've played a game. I've interviewed the developer of Songs of Six more than once. I've made many videos, several videos in fact. I've streamed it on multiple occasions, and yeah. So yes, I have played Songs of Six. That is something I have done. But I do think that the combat in that game is, like, the worst part of it. I think there are ways where it's more forgiving than Dwarf Fortress, but I also think that there are ways where it's significantly more punishing than Dwarf Fortress, and I think it's kind of an all-over-the-place game in some ways that I'm fascinated by, that in theory I enjoy. I think there's parts of it that I hate. I've been meaning to go back to it, but I'll be honest with you, when people bug me to play a game, it makes me go, yeah, I'll play that eventually. And then I think about it less. Which, that's just like me like exposing my dumb biases, but it's kind of true. Like, if I get asked about a game a whole bunch in a short period of time, I tend to think about playing it less. But yeah, I've been planning to go back to that soon. Curious about that most recent patch. The main like turnoff I have is I don't want to mess with the combat at all. And that last patch was mostly just like a rework of chunks of the combat. Like I fucking hate the combat in that game. I think the combat is like bad, or at least it was every time I've had to interact with it. Van Ori, thanks for the 20 pack. It's very kind. Holy shit. And YouTube chat also mentions that they think that Songs of Six is more forgiving than Dwarf Fortress. In some ways it is. I think in other ways it's absolutely not. It is in that it's easier to rebound. It's not in that it's a much more directed game. Like, there's like a way to play that game. And I think that that is a good thing and a bad thing. I think it's a good thing in that it's a very structured game. I think it's a bad thing in that there's largely one way to play it. And if you don't want to play it that way, it can be very frustrating to progress because the game wants you to play it its way. And I think that that can be fun. I think that can also really suck. And often that's why I find myself stopping playing that game when I do step into that game again, whenever like the itch strikes. Specifically, like, I often get to a point where I'm just like, I feel like I should be enjoying this, but I'm just not. And that's often like a tough feeling because, like, on paper, I should adore that game. In reality, I adore it for like 15 to 30 hours, and then I want nothing to do with it for the better part of a year. So I think it's a really cool looking game. I think it does a lot of really interesting, unique things, and I'm really happy it exists, but it's not a game that will ever grab me or keep me compelled to keep playing as long as Dwarf Fortress because of some of its design decisions, which I do agree actually make it harder to get into and stay into than Dwarf Fortress, at least for me. Neezer, thank you very much for the 10-pack. And Porcelet, thanks for the 28th month. Good evening. It's very kind of you. Use plural. And I do think that there are elements of Songs of Six that are extremely rough. But I think that's also part of its charm. Same with Dwarf Fort. I mean, there's lots of elements of Dwarf Fort that are very rough as well. But again, part of its charm. That's what makes it endearing. Or part of what makes it endearing. It's like that raw ambition, I guess, kind of thing. But I will probably play Songs of Six again in the next, like, 10 to 15 days, because I've got the itch, so. But I don't look forward to that combat, to be honest. Welcome to the realm of the blank, Ruben. You know, I've only ever played a very early, so YouTube chat's asking about Workers and Resources. I only ever played one of the first versions of that game, like one of the earliest of early access versions of that game. And I found it impenetrable and kind of insufferable and not even remotely fun to play. Now I'm aware that take is based on the fact that I played a very early version of that game, and it's developed quite a lot since then. But I have a very hard time not continuing to fall into that bias with that game, where, like, it is hard for me to want to interact with that game ever again, because I just... Ugh. Bobtron was here earlier. Neezer. Like, I think the only word that I could use to describe my experience with Workers and Resources was tedium. Like, that might be the most tedious game I've ever played. Great. That's a bummer. Rest in peace, Muthcat. Mining is a dangerous job, let me tell you. That was Muthcat, so I'm gonna go to here. Just make sure that I have slabs. And now I have 10 statues of the death of my 10 dwarves since they did not do much stuff in their life. Oh. I mean, that's kind of fitting in a weird way. I feel like whenever I decide to make statues and tombs for every dead dwarf, I do that for the first, like, year of the fortress, and then eventually I just give up. Like, I don't think that's something I've ever, like, stuck to for the entirety of a fortress. I've always just given up, eventually. This was supposed to be the bedroom for my king and queen, but they didn't make it. Chat, what do you guys think I should do with this partially made bedroom? I could just give it to the next highest noble. Actually, I could give it to the outpost liaison, who is actually a pretty important noble, but it was unexpected. Yeah, that's fair. Chat room, we're in an ad break for another 30 seconds. I need to use the washroom. I'm just gonna go do that real quick. Be right back. right. What about evicting people later? But yeah, as far as like, I don't know about chat, but at least for me, my current status is my top games to get back into in the next couple months are Songs of Six and Norland are the two games I want to play again. Those are the, like, games that I am the most kind of like, should get back into that right now. I mean, Dwarf's scary, so I don't blame it. Bismuth. I don't blame it at all. Huh. Big spider hanging out again. It's not really what I wanted. Let's actually just erase this. There's a steel pick and a faint yellow diamond right there getting watered on. It would have gotten captured by cage traps anyways. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what you need, I suppose. Is there anybody putting things into tombs at the moment? Are you carrying bits of Datan? Yes, you are. Just doing them one piece at a time. I have a question. Is it possible to sell Forgotten Beast silk yet? Because they may have fixed that, actually, now that I think about it. For a hot minute there, there was a bug with Forgotten Beast silk where you couldn't sell silk clothing. And it more or less has made me completely stop doing any kind of Forgotten Beast silk farming. Mostly because, like, if you dig down to a cavern layer and fortify the walls in an open space, it'll populate with cave spiders and they will just fill it up with silk. So I just do that because I can sell that. And I try to avoid using Forgotten Beast silk. Mostly because of that. So I don't know if that's been fixed, but like you just can't even select. It's like how you can't melt down an artifact. Like you just can't even select it. It's like kind of a bit of a bother, actually. Didn't even know you couldn't. Well, I mean, let me know if you mess with that and find out. You didn't know that you can't melt artifacts? No, there's just no button for it. If an item is named, you can't melt it down. Oh, shit. That's not something you see every day. The world has passed into the Age of Legends. That might have something to do with why we're not getting attacked so much, actually. Doesn't Age of Legends more or less mean that, like, the apocalypse is happening? I need to actually look at the cause of Age of Legends, but... did that happen to you guys? Bins are a little strange. Usually I find that, like, one stockpile is hogging all of them. I think, like, if you want to make sure that, like, I've never had, okay, I'm not aware of any bugs with distributing bins. That might exist, I don't know. But I would just make sure that you're not setting all of them to max bins, because if you have, like, one really big stockpile, like, I don't know, this, like, where's one that's bigger? Like, this one has no bins assigned to it intentionally. It has bins in it, but they're not assigned to it. Otherwise, this one would just hog all the bins. So I don't have that issue, no. I usually, like, that's one of those, like, just, like, management mishaps I find that tends to happen. It's 1/3 of the powers I'm dead. Yeah, no, I think, oh, sure, okay. I think that might be why we're not getting attacked, because, like, looking at the overworld, it seems like a lot of the goblins are, like, have been eviscerated. I saw a broken wall. There it is. But I'd be willing to bet that that's the goblins. Got another ghost. Tubal. And I'm going to go further down. I like that they're still putting this dwarf to sleep. That's distressing. Their corpse is actually rotted in the time that it's taken for them to deal with that dwarf's body. There's definitely lava behind this, 100%. Gator left the map. Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about a normal gator. The number of living powers in Mega Beast is at least 1/3 of what it was when the world began. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Do I prefer okay, so YouTube chat asks, do you prefer making city blocks with dwarf housing, or do you just make houses wherever? I don't build the same fort twice ever, but I'm curious, chat, what do you do? Sometimes, not always. Sometimes it's like absolute chaos. Sometimes it's like, this is a housing district. I don't know. As long as things aren't like super symmetrical, it doesn't really matter to me, to be honest. That's like the only real requirement for me is like, I just don't want it to be hyper symmetrical because I find that to be very dull. I'm going to make another little crypt over here. And just make like little trees, spaces for coffins, etc. Back into here. Just fill this up with tombs. Tombs and gravestones. Yeah, I don't know. I try to not build the same thing twice and try to incorporate different ideas into just about every fort because I'm a unique case, I guess. This game is my job and I don't want it to get boring and I don't want to get bored of looking at it. And I think both of those things are things that happen if I just do the same thing every time, which is one of the reasons why I'm like very starchly anti-meta. Like, not specifically as in Facebook, but I guess also that. Because, like, I want variety every playthrough, and I want my forts to look different, or as different as, like, reasonably possible per playthrough, so that I don't end up in situations where I'm just looking at the same thing every time. I mean, at the end of the day, like, play the game in a way that is fun for you, that works within your schedule, Romanoid. But for me, at the very least, I want my forts to be fun for me to look at. And that is my priority. I will say, try and avoid trying to run Stone Sense while you're actually playing Fort mode, because you might just end with your game crashing. But, sure, I mean, if that's like an incentivizer for you, then go nuts. But, I will never trust Stone Sense to run while the game is running. But that's probably mostly just me. It's probably more stable than it was. Forgotten Beast Fox, Rostaurantzul, great scaly cat has come. Has two long curly tails. I don't think I've ever seen a Forgotten Beast cat. It has two long curly tails and it undulates rhythmically. Hey chat, have you guys seen those videos? I think it's like a Japanese YouTuber who makes videos of model train sets and they have a cat. And it's just like trains running around like very beautiful little modeled landscapes, and then just like a random cat jumps on and like smacks the train set off the tracks and the camera's on the train. That's what I imagine this like. It has leaf green scales, which are oval-shaped and overlapping. Beware its poison sting. Doesn't look anything like a cat, but I'll allow it. Are the gates open to this underground area at the moment? Yes. We must kill the kitty. Sorry, but we must. Actually going to turn off this burrow. Turn on this burrow. You're collecting webs. If you want to stop doors from collecting webs, hit T. Scroll down until you see collect webs and just pause, 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 pause. And they'll stop. It's literally flattening the grass as it runs by. It's changing in color slightly. I'm pretty sure that's a setting you can enable in DFHack, but I know, so IGNIS. How are you supposed to pronounce that? I feel like I've tried to say your name before and just like only read out what you said out loud. I don't have a commands command. What command are you looking for, friend? If I actually had a commands command, it would be longer than a whole page of chat, and 90% of them aren't relevant. So we're not really a command-heavy stream. Help. Okay, what do you need help with, friend? Like, what's wrong? Do you need help? Ah, that makes sense, that it's Latin. That's why it looks nonsensical. Amignis? Amignis. It said as it's written. Thanks, Captain Genius. I don't know how to pronounce how it's written. Which is why I'm asking. Uh-oh, here it comes. Blue Brute is shooting bolts. Kitty is bleeding heavily. It clearly pumped a bunch of bolts into it. Steel bolts strikes the Forgotten Beast in the rear foot, fracturing the bone. The Spear Durf is stunned, but did stab the Forgotten Beast in the tail, which is now tearing the muscle. Oh, well, it's already over, so it doesn't really matter all that much. Type an exclamation point ticket to see how many you have. Type an exclamation point invest plus the number of tickets when it's open, which it's not right now, and you can invest your tickets for a chance to win more. That's it, basically. It's pretty simple. Lingomorph, hello. Bad kitty, dead kitty. I don't even know why I'm doing it this way. I think like just turning it off and on works, but my paranoia is getting the better of me. Forgotten beasts don't need oxygen, so no, they can't drown. Same with demons. Although some forgotten beasts are flammable, but that's pretty rare. Water's like a non-concern for them, basically. Like, they don't care about your water or your water's feelings, and they ignore it. So I need to finish this, which is what we're gonna do now. What about Forgotten Beasts made out of mud or snow? No Forgotten Beast needs oxygen, and none of them can drown. I don't know what else you want me to say. I will just keep repeating myself. Need to close the blinds. The sun decided to come out. That's one of my favorite questions that people ask me in games like this when I say an absolute, and then people are like, what about this situation? And then I just restate said absolute. Can they get melted, diluted in the water? Do I have to repeat myself? Like, because I will. No Forgotten Beasts. I think I made my point. Let's make some rock mechanisms. I'll make them out of quartzite. Yeah, no, the game, fortunately or unfortunately, doesn't process liquids in that way where, like, can things get diluted kind of deal, you know? Like, that's just not something the game accounts for. Lies, slander, inaccurate information, Zanzil. Simply trying to get a rouse out of people by spreading a false narrative about the dilution of water. It's the holidays. Why are you starting such controversial arguments? Okay, so basically the area that I need to dig out is like right here. And over here. It's a secret big water doesn't want you to know. The ocean doesn't want me to know things? That's crazy. Fire Forgotten Beasts can boil waters? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. But snow Forgotten Beasts don't freeze waters. That would be cool, though. If they, like, walked over the water and, like, it just, like, turned into a pathway of ice. I think the problem would be is it would, like, freeze and then immediately melt. What is the specs for my computer? Hold on, let me check. He says as he types in the specs command in his Twitch chat. 32 gigs of RAM. I wish I got 64. 3070. I actually have 10 terabytes of disk space now, not 18, because I bought a server and moved drives around, and that's all M.2s. I have a Ryzen 7 7800X3D. That's the specs of my computer. And some random Gigabyte motherboard. I can't remember the make of it. I'd have to go look at the box, and I don't care to look it up. Deep within this place, we discovered another treasure of the gods, and this is a crossbow, which is a ruddy metal crossbow. Ooh, it's already one of us. Cool. This should be safe to dig through. Okay. I have 5 M.2 slots on my motherboard, and I have a 4 terabyte drive, 2 2 terabyte drives, and 2 1 terabyte drives. Turns out footage big. Like, I had to explain this to somebody recently where it's like, you don't, like, someone was like arguing with me in my chat. Well, maybe not arguing, but like talking with me about my chat about why on earth they think that I think that I need so much hard drive space. It's like, you don't understand how big video files are. Like, I've got 64 terabytes of memory in my server, and literally the only thing on it are video project files. And like Google Photos backups. Like, that is it. Because I record 30 gigabytes of video per day. What game do I recommend to play for 2026 for Steam? Dwarf Fortress? Cogmind. Path of Acra. Caves of Cud. That's... I don't know. I'm not very good at recommending variety because I don't really play variety. YouTube chatter is throwing money at me and making me respond. Sorry, chat. All at once. Oh, shit. Some migrants. Despite the danger indeed. They should still path across the map. Oh, there goes giant bug. Boop, gets caught. Path of Acra, yes. ACH is Path of Acra. Oh, I guess the elves are still on the map. It's not a small migrant wave at all. Surgeon, furnace operator, leather worker. One of which is an adept Marksdwarf. What is that? A video game. I don't know what else to say to you. It's a automation build-focused, run-based thing. It's one of those, like, it's kind of hard to describe. You just kind of gotta play it games. I have some videos on it if you want to watch them. Once you get this low, it's never safe to dig. You just gotta hold your breath and go for it. Ah, that's not totally true. There are safe ways to dig, or safer ways to dig. They're just more time consuming. Holy shit, I've got 65 adamantine blocks. I should make some more armor. What do you not have? What do you have that's not adamantine? Need more adamantine shields, I think. Yeah. Let's do 50 adamantine shields. Maybe 40 adamantine shields. I have more than 200 population, so how would it be a 200 population cap? No, I think it's 220, actually. That's the population cap on this fort. With war picks, have fun managing that. Because if they decide to equip a different pick for one uniform and a different pick for another one, that'll be a pain in the ass to manage. I've tried to do that before and almost always immediately give up, because it's just kind of a pain in the dick. But good luck. Hopefully it works out. So 45 steel bars, 19, 450 lead. Okay, I need to do some things with lead. Let's just make like 250 lead coins, lead statue, 150. I don't know what else. Strength training for the children. 100 lead toys. Can you make a lead anvil? Nope. Anvils can only be made out of iron or steel. Or adamantine. For Looney Tunes skits? Unfortunately, no. Okay, so you right here. Speaking of Looney Tunes skits. Remember seeing a mod for Stonefall traps that let them load anvils? Just gonna adjust this light. I'm still figuring out like the minutia of what I like with this new light. There you go. That's a bit better. Stonecoat, thanks for the 5-pack. Could be good for comedy engravings. I mean, you could just like make one. Doran, got a lot of ghosts. Seeing if I actually have any available. Well, thanks for hanging out, Stonecoat, and thanks for the kindness. You know, with the current state of PC parts, I might actually buy a second one of my CPU. Mostly because, like, I try not to panic buy, because almost always, like, every time I've done it in the past, historically, I've regretted it. More and more, I'm starting to feel like there's some advice that I've seen flying around, which is don't buy a new computer, buy two of a slightly less good computer that you can afford. Which is kind of fucked. Any plans for Underworld defense? I just new siege weapons. The whole reason for me doing this is I want to see how effective the new siege weapons are against the Underworld. It's the entire purpose of this Underworld assault. Because historically, I just kind of don't care all that much, I guess. So many ghosts. So many ghosts. You know, I understand why, like, people want the catapults to have cows in them, or, like, silly ammunition, I guess, for catapults. I personally don't care. Not something I care about at all. I mean, it's a funny idea, but, like, do I need it? No, not really. There's other things that I'm much more interested in beyond. Reloading that would be so limited, though. Maybe, like, let me fire, like, spiky metal balls out of them. Or, like, specify what stockpile to take them out of. Like, to me, that's much more interesting. Man, it is, like, bright outside. It's, like, hard. I'm just going to close the blinds. It's been, like, overcast and rainy for the past, like, month, more or less. Or, I don't know, 2 weeks. And, like, it is clear and sunny. And it was overcast and rainy and foggy this morning. So, all my lighting is now screwed up. Wolfus Cry, are you behind in the VOD? I think you might be. I mean, you can already run out of ammo with bolts and ballistas. So I think the reason catapults can't run out of ammo or use boulders is because they can't run out of ammo. We've got another Forgotten Beast. Let's see where this one is. It's not at the level where it can get to me, so I don't need to worry about it. I don't know how long that's been on fire, but it's kind of fucked up. I'm also going to throw some coffins in here. Just for when we need them eventually. It'll happen inevitably. Welcome to every fortress I've built in the last 10 years, FemJess. I mean, there's like 1 or 2 a season. Do you not have this many Forgotten Beasts when you have all 3 cavern layers discovered? Seems like a rare creature. Yeah, I would suspect that as well, actually. Very much so. Maybe you're just poor? I think you have to, like, actively agitate the caverns as well. Like, you have to agitate the caverns, but also, like, have access to all 3. Like, I don't know. This doesn't seem anywhere outside of the realm of normal for me. I'm just going to start slaughtering those a little bit. And also... Doran and cattle. Did I make cattle one yet or no? No. I've actively lost count of how many ghosts there are on the map. It's a poet with her kid in your tavern. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, hold on. One of your poets, or did somebody have a kid in your tavern? Because I don't think I've ever seen a child visitor before. Okay, so I'm just going to do this the lazy way, which is go down to here and just remove all of this. Now, because I don't necessarily trust this layer, I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go places, siege engines, enable to fire. And I'm going to fly back up to here. I'm just going to actually go to this second one up here. I'm going to extend this all the way up to here. I'm also going to place this here. This here. And I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to... Actually, let's go over to here. I'm going to plop a lever. I think that there is gift opening happening next door to me right now. I can hear very excited children through a wall. Not loudly, but like enough that like I know I'm aware of their presence. There's a joke in there somewhere, but so on another completely different note, I finally was allowed by our security team to collect a walkthrough saves for out tasks on your own PC instead of the work PC that is much weaker, and I can finally see how your game is supposed to look. Oh, really? That's kind of neat. Still the same game that you're working on, I presume? That's not part of your fort. That is interesting. I would still be like kind of suspicious of the child. Ingus. I still maintain that one of the coolest things I ever had happen was that anchor baby that I had appear. That child that arrived, or that the trading caravan that arrived, and then the mother arrived and... Oh, sorry. It was a married couple of guards for a caravan that had a baby while on the map, left the map, and then immediately re-entered the map and joined the fort. It's maybe the strangest thing I've ever had happen in Dwarf Fort, but also one of the coolest. The strange part was that they left and came back to me. Deaf, not aware creature? Wild. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a child visitor before. At least not that I'm aware of. Certainly not that I've noticed. Stone Stalker 2, gotcha. Just with that, every big patch, you pretty much need a save file at the start of every mainline quests for everyday tests. Yeah, makes sense. So you can run through all of the quests. I never did finish that game, but I quite enjoyed the parts that I played. I need to go back to it since it's been patched a whole bunch. Not that you're aware of. So I've never fully figured this out, but I'm mostly certain that if it's cloudy during the full moon, things don't become were creatures. But like, that might also just be me Mandela affecting myself. Oh, I see. I'm actually going to re-add that center section briefly, because they're definitely trying to grab stuff from down in there. Let's just get this done. There we go. And I've got an artifact starting. It's another armor. Surprise. The aspect of the Fae. So I've got a legendary armor who's going to become a more legendary armor. Grabs adamantine, because of course he does. I'm also going to grab these top two squads and say, go get new shields if you can. Actually, they're kind of getting a lot of new gear. Look at that. Oh, hold on. Now this I need to look at. I wonder if their shoes just rotted off their bodies, because it kind of looks like they did. Metal full. And then you keep that. They've got steel greaves still. I should make adamantine greaves. 52 wafers. Let's just go. B52 makes a silent night. Thanks for the 3 months in advance. Appreciate you. And how to werebeast show up in any of your forts? How many worlds have you generated? Because, like, I will go, like, a world or two seeing almost none, and then I'll generate a world, and there will be hundreds of them. It highly depends on the world. This world, I haven't seen any. But I was in a world, like the last world I had dozens of them. So, like, it depends on the world. Hey, chat room, can I get a round of beers for that 3 months in advance? It's very kind of you, friend. Very kind. Do I? Oh, maybe we're just out of soap from out of tallow, which is certainly possible. Actually, I think that's probably what happened. Let's also go here and go. Oh boy. Agitated giant emu, chat. This is officially Australia. I also want to go down to here. Just make sure that you're not taking fat. What is the... Is that fat, tallow, glob, maybe? Yeah, glob, that's it. Don't put glob in there. Five so far, but your ADHD kicking in your wraparound product. Yeah, I mean, it varies from world to world. Like, I had like a solid couple months of playing the game where I convinced my dumb brain that there wasn't any were creatures in this game, or that were creatures were bugged, and then somebody in chat told me just like generate a few worlds and see if that's the case still, and so I did, and yeah, it turns out I was very much wrong. So I think it highly depends on the world on a given world. Let's just dig through these. Dig through these. Dig through these. A were badger that brought a goblin bow. Yeah, I love the ones that bring artifacts. Anything that brings artifacts to my map is a plus for me. Apparently, we know a few facts about giant albatross training now, so that's kind of cool. Creatures is what I want. Get all those butchered. I mean, I'm not even farming them. They'll just wander into the map and I will slaughter them upon arrival. And that's gonna get me tons of meat. Let's see if anybody's making soap. Making fatty glob. Render fat. There you go. Let's render some fat. It should be an auto job, but... And there we go. Let's make some soap. Because we have soap appearing once again. In these nice little bins. We got giant Kia soap, we got dog soap, and more giant Kia soap. We've also got more giant Kia soap. I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I haven't tried since, like, that went bad a few times for me, Romanoid. So I don't actually know. Maybe. I feel like that should have been fixed or, like, attended to or accounted for by this point, but who knows, really? Okay, so with all that done... Somebody is supposed to be hauling this. And it's causing this bridge construction to be canceled. Just a bit of a pain in the ass. Bit of a pain. So I've got a lot of store item and stockpile tasks and a lot of random tasks. I'm actually going to go through and pause a bunch of jobs. With a few exceptions, we'll keep lavish meals on one going, keep weaving thread, keep making the adamantine shields. Pause those, keep those, keep that, pause that, pause that, keep that, pause that, keep that, keep that, keep that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm that's one of those subjects I'm kind of done talking about, Feyan, where it's like, having played this game as long as I have, I do not ever want to live in a reality where I have to manage dwarves riding animals. Like, that just seems completely insufferable to me. So I don't know, dude. The thing I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to set all these dwarves to off-duty. Let them go do unrelated things if they want. And need. Let's update all these so they can go. Some of these can go get new shields. Skill. Oh no. Well, the thing though is, like, the bravery of your arm, like, you know how it's annoying when your army just runs away. I think the reason that Tarn has pretty strictly stated that, like, there is no plans to implement Dwarven cavalry is because right now dwarves that, like, run away is a frustrating thing. Like, if your dwarves get spooked or scared by something and they run away, that sucks. Like, that is not a fun thing to have happen. However, if it's not even the dwarves in charge of, like, whether or not they're running away in fear or not, that is even more frustrating. And I get the gist. That kind of no matter what you do. Because we did a lot of mining and there's only so many dwarves in the fort. Like, I mined this pretty recently, and this is, I mean, a very large fort with a lot of very big areas with a lot of stones mined out. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be hauled. So why is there so many stones everywhere? Because we did a lot of mining, and that's how the game works. You know, it's one of those, like, it's probably really easy to say you could do this. Certainly, you could. Is that an easy code write? Tarn certainly has made it sound like it's not. Smexy. I am of the opinion that if Tarn says something isn't worth the time and wouldn't be fun, I tend to believe him. And that has been his pretty stark stance. As far... no? Maybe. Looks like it did. I don't know. That's weird. I must have hit a mystery hotkey that I'm unfamiliar with. Anyway, sorry about that. I don't know. I tend to believe Tarn if he says he doesn't think something would be fun. And that has, like, kind of just been his flat statement as far as cavalry and fort mode goes. He's like, I just don't think that would be fun. It's just like when people talk about wanting diseases in this game, and I think they're fucking lunatics. I respect the hustle, but I still think they're fucking lunatics. Because, like, I don't see a world where that would be fun either. Of course, having lots of wheelbarrows helps haul stones faster. Although I am not really prioritizing hauling the stones. Why? Do they bother you? I could put more stones there if they bother you. Well, it's not just like he knows the code the best. It's like the easiest enemy armies to scatter, historically, have always been the ones with cavalry. I do actually need a stockpile here, though, for some ammunition for these catapults. You'd need a lot more systems to make it work, and then it becomes a question of what game do you want to play? Yeah. No, I tend to feel that way about a lot of systems that I see people talking about wanting for this game. Where it's like, why do you want that? I even feel that way about some of the things that Tarn sometimes adds to this game, where it's like, what? Why? What? Like, I kind of felt that way about the dyes, but having done that recent interview where, like, found out that it was something that Tarn's wife largely spearheaded, it made it go from being a, wait, why'd you add that to the game? To, oh, that's actually really adorable. Okay, I get it. And that's how I feel about it now. It very quickly went from, what, why, to, okay, sure. Yeah, sorry about that. I actually don't know what hotkey that I hit, but I was going for like the zoom in, zoom out hotkey, and I hit something else. And there must be something that OBS has bound that I'm not aware of that like turns up and down the volume on that. Or I had it tabbed in and maybe that's why that. Actually, I might have literally been hitting the up and down, like zoom in, zoom out hotkeys for it. And maybe that, let me test something. Yep, okay, well, solves that mystery. If you're tabbed into OBS and you zoom in or zoom out in Dwarfort, it'll change the volume levels. Good to know. Moral, the Armorer has created Edolonosim and Adamantine Greaves. Normal greaves. They're not jagged. Cool. And offers it to the Magical Jaw of Sharks. I'm giving it to Iffy Stiffy, who's my Stardorf. I like how he put away his shield to put away a book and then went and got his shield again. That's interesting. Like, had to put away his shield in order to put that book away. I will just reiterate everything that chat is talking about right now. There are no mounts on the, like, to-do list at all for Tarn. Like, they are not planned. So that's kind of all I'm going to say about mounts at this point. They are not planned. Dwarves don't use minecarts as a form of transport. Like, you can tell them to ride in them, but they don't consider them to be part of their pathing. Like, they're not riding the minecart because they want to get to the other location. They ride minecarts because that is an available task to complete that they feel like doing. That's all I have to say. So if you're arguing semantics, but I don't feel that this is a super helpful discussion. But you do you. Appreciate it. The happy holidays wishes, YouTube chat. It's like, I remember there being like, oh, this is an oddly specific thing. There was like a very brief period in the Open Roller Coaster Tycoon subreddit where people got like weirdly uptight about trains because simultaneously that community realized that I'm in an ad break. Simultaneously, they realized that they don't use trains as transport. Like, they don't consider it a pathway. They consider it a ride. So it was possible for a guest to get, like, infinitely stuck in a train trying to leave, but just, like, going to the train because it was free or close by, thinking that it was a way out. So if you actually use trains as, like, a transport vehicle going around your park, then they would get, like, some guests would just be like, oh, free ride. Oh, I'll do that before I leave. And then end up somewhere else and be like, I'm lost. I need to head to the exit. So free ride. I'm just going to do that before I leave. And you could, like, trick guests into literally never leaving and running out of money and getting pissed off because, like, they would just take it because it's free. And so, like, there was a code rewrite to, like, make trains actually be used as transport if you set them as that. Anyway, same vibe as minecarts. I'm just in an ad break for another 30 seconds. When the ads are done, I will unpause. Good timing on the traders, actually. Also, I have to say thank you to those of you who've tuned in on this holiday. I wasn't actually, like, expecting that many people to tune in because it is Christmas Eve, but got a pretty good crowd here. So thanks, everybody, for hanging out so far. Appreciate your presence. I mean, I appreciate you hanging out, not literally your, you know what I mean. Dwarf, I need you to go equip your new pants. Did you equip them? Oh, you did. Shit. This is an holy shit, those are expensive greaves. This is an adamantine greaves. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion andesite cabochons, decorated with cow leather, and circled with bands of adamantine. This object menaces with spikes of forgotten beast bone and Rio's macaw leather. You know, if I can hear, like, my neighbors when they're being loud, I wonder what they think of me. And Rio's macaw leather. Anyway, on the item is an image of Rio's... And on the item is an image of a finger-lime tree in giant cave spider silk. On the item is an image of a square-cut gem and tower cap. On the item is an image of honey badger leather. The artwork relates to the storing of merchant theater, the silken fountain in Wavepool in the midsummer of 259. I remember, on the topic of, like, dwarves using weird things for transport, I remember somebody making a fortress and getting quite frustrated with it and asking me for help. And it took me a little while to figure out exactly, like, what the issue was. But what it turns out was that they built their fort so that essentially, in order to enter the fort, you had to stand on the end of a drawbridge and then it would fling you into the fortress, because I saw a video of somebody doing that years ago. And they were having a really hard time making that work. And they're like, why don't they stand on the, like, I put a meeting zone there. And I was just like, because that's like a dangerous area. Like, that's a hazard. Okay, I'm getting annoyed with this snake, so I'm actually just going to move this bridge to where the snake isn't. It's taking too long. It's like you're asking the dwarves to, like, put their, like, health at risk, making them stand there. Elf meets with the human chancellor, Ariel Partable, and they say there's much to discuss. What a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. I'm very happy with that, Greaves. That might actually be my crowning achievement of this fortress. Right up there with the underwear. Like the singing metal thong. Hey, chat, what song would a singing metal thong sing? I feel like I should know what the thong song is, but I don't, so. The reason I ask is because Trevinoid on social media says, I have a very pressing question about what kind of music the metal thong is singing. Well, I may not have an answer to that. What I do have is my mayor got reelected. This dwarf over here has this whip, which is a singing metal whip. So I think it's singing Whip It Good, actually. Yeah, I mean, chat made me name somebody that, but, like, stating the name of the song doesn't help me. I guess I have to go listen to this later. I have some homework I need to do. That's really what I've learned here, is I have homework. Do I have any slabs I need to place? No. Do I have any ghosts? Holy shit, I don't. At least nothing immediately obvious. You're done now. Grab you. Hook you up. And in a moment, we'll be able to, well, once this is all linked up, we'll be able to dig down into the next level. Also, chat investments are open, so type in exclamation point tickets. You can see how many you have, and then exclamation point invest plus the number of tickets you would like to invest. I have a question. Oh, I misread the name of that. Walk around in, not on. I was like, on? What? That makes a bit more sense now. I mean, hey, whatever gets them through their day. So, I need to read this sentence out loud. This dwarf here, Christopher, was frustrated after being unable to pray to Inno Ocean Lakes, the heavenly paddle of drinks, for too long. I do have multiple temples. They could go pray. They're just too busy linking buildings to triggers, I guess. Maybe it is time to do another Boulder Brigade. Unfortunately, Not Too John, I don't think I can call. So in YouTube chat, Not Too John tunes in and says, Blind, can you call into my work and pretend to be my dad and say that there's a family emergency? Yeah, I'll be right on that. Are you trying to get out of working on the holiday? Godspeed, my friend. I feel that, though. I realize that I'm sitting here working on the holidays, so maybe I don't feel that, but... No, I disagree. Monkeys on the keyboards and all that. People have, like, Freudian slipped a lot of sentences. Cool. So use is now hooked up. And I think it's time to cave in some bullshit from here. So let's just enable this burrow. There's definitely some doors down in here at the moment. You're filling a pond, which I totally forgot to stop filling. Very bad at forgetting to remove fill pond tasks. Checking this, all good. Okay. Who's ready to cave in some stuff and potentially find the underworld? Or not. If so, could I get a big old round of lava? Let's go places, siege engines. Turn them all on. Just in case. You know, just in case. I'm just going to leave it on everybody does this. Where's that shield? Is it a forbidden shield that's somewhere? Ah, you're trying to equip a shield that somebody else has. Right. Then in that case, I will remove this. Go specific shield. And see if you'll go get it now. I totally selected the wrong dwarf, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. We're good. You go equip a shield now, too. You go equip a shield now as well. Let's actually refresh everything that everybody's got equipped. Tell them all to just go stand right there. There you go. When they weigh more than wooden? Adamantine shields are lighter than everything. But it depends on what you want from your shield. Do you want them to do damage with shield bashing? Or do you want them to what's the word? Or not. Like, if it's a heavy shield, it will do more damage with shield bashing. The issue with wooden shields is that they can break. Metal shields don't. So non-metal shields will degrade, whereas metal shields don't. Also, if it's a higher value shield, then they get happy when they equip fancy items. So they do enjoy that. All right, there's my military. Everything's ready to go. Chat, if you're lurking, you might want to look up, because we are now pulling that lever. Let's see who's going to give it a tug. It's Solon, this dwarf. If his shield is lighter, then they have better, like, agility, yes. Oh, I've got a ghost. Time since last ghost, 0. Honestly, most of the negative moods in this fort is literally just because of the ghosts. So they just need to go right there. Straight down. Happy holidays, friends. I hope you brought your cotton candy. Because the clowns have arrived. You have discovered an eerie cavern. The air above the dark stone floor is alive with vortices of dark... I always fuck this up. The air above the dark stone floor is alive with vortices of purple light and dark, boiling clouds. Seemingly bottomless pits mark the surface. Welcome back. Raw adamantine praise the miners. ×2. Horrifying screams come from the darkness below. But deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. ×2. ×3. We've checked the stone for heat. What devilry is this? Man, what have I done? Some ancient horror was encased here until now! Oh my god. Okay, well that was a lot. Let's just zoom out a little bit. Let's go back up. So, dust coming up to here. I'm a little worried about one thing, actually. Okay. I was worried. I was very worried that I may have exposed the open magma sea into it, which I have. Okay. That could be bad. Let me just do something right quick. You, right here. Lock the door. Okay, the next thing I'm actually going to do is I will go look at the creepy beasts in a mo, but I'm just going to go to the cavern layer right here. Close this. And let's see, did they actually make that slab? No, not yet. Well, it does appear that most of my bolt throwers are being manned. Most of the siege weapons are being manned. Or dwarfed, I guess. But here we go. Let's see what it looks like down here. So the first thing is this. This is a winged brute. It has an enormous ribbon worm, and it is slavering. Beware its noxious secretions. It is incredibly tough. Okay, so that's the first thing that we're seeing. If I peek around a little bit, a bunch of adamantine dust. Bunch of boulders, diamond dust, clear diamond emeralds. This is a glowing metal pike. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Oh, hell yeah, that's good timing for the mud goblin. Happy holidays, friend. And oh. So, the princess is in another castle. Let's unpause the game for a sec. I'm looking to see Ember's monster. Ooh. It's actually very lucky for them. Let's see how this creature does. Gets bashed around. It's bleeding very heavily. It's spraying blood literally everywhere. Still bleeding. See, this is what I'm concerned about. The fact that they have access to the caves is actually really concerning. Because that makes me wonder, what other ways would that give them into the fort? Pretty sure it's just this. So we'll see. Where are they going? So these white fiends are lizards composed of salt. They have a gaunt appearance. We've got these white brutes, which are composed of snow. Very weak. Seasonally appropriate, though. Okay, I'm just going to clear everything here. Where the hell are you going? Also, good lord, these things heal quickly. Happy holidays, some otters. So we broke into the underworld in a spot that didn't have a clown car beneath it. Well, there's only one thing to do. And that is to open up this burrow. Basically everybody with a pickaxe. I'm going to remove from here. We're going to go on a quest. Let's do granite. Let's see what we can do. Palace.
Severin Talus cheered.
Talus.
X1000. Merry Christmas Eve.
Thank you very much for the $10, friend. Sorry if I'm not reading chat much, but this does require a lot of focus. Which I think should be understandable. As I mobilize the shock squad. What was that? I thought I saw a dwarf up here. I did not. So this right here, and then these. Nope. Basically just this needs to get covered up. Just making sure that there's no open space down into the caves, into the magma sea. So we should be good. Few extra R's, turn those fiends into friends. Oh, we're not going to turn them into friends. They're definitely fiends. Like, that's a given. But if they wanted to be behind a different location, I will try and populate their home. It's very much a don't mind if I do kind of thing. Am I not brewing? Require more brewskis. I have a feeling they're going to start brewing stuff pretty soon, but yeah, it's just one task, that's fine. Hey, chat, can I get a couple beers for the $10 cheer, by the way? So there's currently like 1,000 dudes down here, basically. It's adamantine. This is all adamantine. So something that I'm going to try and do. It's all the way down to there already. So I'm going to try and dig through this. But these blocks down here is going to make that, it's going to make it impossible to dig through there. And so now we wait. Some plump helmet men fighting. There's a child, somebody tantruming. Yep. Child tantruming. Typical. I mean, I would be too if I knew what was going on down here. Imagine being the dwarf that titles on a child throwing a tantrum. Some migrants have arrived, speaking of. What a time to arrive, that's for sure. Save the game, sure. They misunderstood the word. I think they knew exactly what I was talking about. They didn't rush in because you dropped the wrong pillar. So every tile on your map has a 50% chance to have a pillar. That's thing number one. Every pillar And every map will have one cluster of demons under one pillar. And they don't always path directly in, but breaking into hell makes them spread out. Once they notice that you're coming into hell, they do if you happen to break into the one where they're right next to, they swarm you, and they don't always do that immediately. And if there isn't a lot of flying ones, then they sometimes don't, which is always a little awkward when that's the case, but... Oopsies, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Come on. And we're about to get hit by an ad break, so I might go just rinse my coffee cup. I will do that after I return from rinsing my coffee cup, Romanoid. Wait. All right. So I know that we're in the ad break at the moment still, but I'm just going to pause the game, go to places and go to siege engines and turn them all off for a second, unpause the game, pause the game, go back to places, go back to siege engines and turn them all back on just so that those dwarves can go get a drink of water, more or less. I'm going to set these dwarves back to training. And then I'm going to find me a siege operator to name Aegis. Do you have beard preference or nah? Because I have one siege operator right now who's already named. I got a pump operator. Hold on. Would you like Rith? Would you like Kosoth? I don't know. Pick somebody from this list, I guess. This is probably where you want to select a dwarf from. I don't know how I would, like, that's some, so Wandering Bard in YouTube chat says, have you, in the past, or are you willing to give some tutorials on how you piece together the lore and story of your dwarves? I don't know how to tutorialize that. There's several videos from the olden times that Salford Sal did on Legends Viewer, but I have no idea how I would tutorialize that. Like, that's like asking me, how do I imagine? I read the information that's given, and I interpret. I do not know how I would tutorialize that. I think, like, the closest thing would be watch the 10 years following one dwarf video. You want Rith? Okay. Oh, you said Aegis. Aegis! Is gripped by crippling shyness and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in cultural appearance. So my question is, chat and YouTube chat, how do you explore the lore of Dwarf Horde? He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. He is often cheerful and greatly acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And he likes to take it easy, and he is swayed by the emotions of others. He finds obligations confining, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He can sometimes act without deliberation and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He enjoys the company of others and is quite polite. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Like, monitor? Like, computer monitor? Desma? Hell yeah. So many dwarves can fit in the bad boy. That's the size of my primary monitor. I've got two 27-inch monitors and one 32, and it is great. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and personally sees that the concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting and values decorum and views decorum as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, and sees war as a useful means to an end, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. He likes tin glaze and trifle pewter, as well as rubicel, and tower cap wood, the color charcoal, ballista parts, and water buffaloes for their water wallowing, and the sound of the fenced fortress, and when possible prefers to consume rice beer and soft wheat flour, and absolutely hates flies. 1440. I've never had a 1440p monitor because I find them very hard to look at. Like, I've used them before. I always find them like very hard to actually parse. But now that I'm on Linux, I wonder how like resolution scaling is on Linux. That's actually a curious thought. You tend to ask yourself, why would this happen? And you go with the most fun answer. I mean, for me, like, I think exploring the lore in Dwarf Fortress is a lot of, like, reading and then filling in the blanks. And I think that's something that just kind of comes with time. Like, read legends a bunch, read, like, dwarves' descriptions a bunch, like, intuit how you think the dwarf would act based on their descriptions. Like, the game gives you a lot, but it doesn't give you a lot, if that makes any sense. So yeah, I don't know. That's always a tough one. So I kind of have two options at the moment. I can dig through this adamantine, which is what I'm currently doing. That's option A. Option B is I seal this off. Probably on this layer. And don't go any deeper. And instead of continuing to just dig down, essentially just like hide from these creatures below. Let's see if I can actually dig through this. Go into the inkwell. We're digging into hell. Chat, can I get a round of beers to the Raiders? Yes, Frank, we did break through. We did, in fact, break through. Although, this right here is a white fiend, which is very pink. It is a great lizard composed of salt. It has a round shell and a gaunt appearance. I'm going to go to here. Set all these as blueprints. Oh, there's a dead dwarf. So this white fiend, sneaked yearling, is moving up. That's 2 dead. Soon to be 3, I think. Let's make sure they're still going out instead of back down. Yes, they are going out. Let's see how this thing fares against the firing squad. Piece of cake. Just gonna go to every single dwarf here with a pickaxe. Get back to what I was doing. That was what, like 4 dwarves we lost or something? Let's just... Let's also place one of these. Deatomized? I mean, those things are pretty weak, to be totally fair. Change blueprints into standard selections. Back to work, dwarves. Okay, so there's... lava there. Let's see if I can dig through this side. Found dead, found dead. So these are like the two that we need to get done. Dwarves going in there to pick up equipment, which is okay. Another dwarf was found dead. I also want to dream about the day that these dwarves decide to use adamantine picks, but... All right, chat. I need a round of beers for good luck for these dwarves. Sorry if I'm not reading chat much at the moment. In case you can't tell, it's a little busy in here right now. So that huge crowd of demons are still down here, and they will in fact swarm us at a point once they realize what we're doing. Oh, another thing is things that don't fly don't tend to climb up and in ever until you build a walkway down and in, because they usually can't get there unless it's only 1 Z level above, but this one's like 4 or something. Yeah, we got that ghost put to rest. Cool. We do have dwarves putting dead dwarves to rest. Okay, so that's done. See what I can do here. I feel like most of the time when I end up digging down into hell, we get swarmed because I usually find that spot first. Also, something that I should check. Okay, I was curious to see, like, if the underworld would be, like, right there, but not from what I can tell. Another place I'm going to dig down into is there's water right here, which I'm a little bit worried about, but not actually that worried about. Let's also just channel down into here. This should get activated sooner than later. I think actually let's add a few more dwarves to this. A couple armorers, just so that I have some more hands to help down here. Because I do need some more hands at the moment. I can't highlight this enough, chat. The ironic thing about this, so hey, Bobble Page and Zemo Deer, we dug into hell, so I'm very much focused on the game at the moment. But something that I can't highlight enough here, and I think it's really funny, is that the the current situation is I'm just like throwing these dwarves directly into here to like build walkways down and into hell, right? And the demons aren't totally aware of me, but I also haven't had a really good opportunity to look at what the demons have. I think I can open the blinds again. Get some more light in here. Eurysthemus? I mean, Happy Helmus. I also apparently can't think very well. Taking deeply and greedily is always a overwhelming prospect, shall we say. Deck down to there, yep. It's kind of annoying that when you channel down, it like leaves a boulder there so you can't then build where it's placed. So Chad, how's your holiday eve been so far? I mean, obviously I'm kind of in a so far so good situation. Just digging down. I should throw a cat into here. Once they build this, of course. Actually, let's just place a floor piece right here. There we go. Here, cat, go to hell for us. Or I mean, or I could throw a goat to it. We could call it a sacrifice to the under gods, or the downer gods, maybe. I mean, we do really need a scout, let me tell you. I'll take a cat, I'll take a dog, I'll take just about anything, really. I think another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a meeting zone. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to assign this with the mountainous sugar so that these dwarves get brought alcohol. Okay, so right here. What do you think, chat? Cat, goat, dog, goose, turkey? What do we throw in here? Any preference? Lurky in and out. We're digging into hell, Clino. Why am I digging this hole anyway? Because it goes into hell. And that's where the demons are. Hundreds of them. So I've gotten goat, turkey, goose, cat. Turkey, turkey, goat, goose, cat, actually. Cat, cat, goose, turkey, turkey. Turkey, 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 goose, cat, turkey, cat, cat. Turkey it is. Gobbleopagus. The turkey. Get in there. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. A bright metal halebread. Halebread indeed. That is pretty dope. I really love those items when they have sprites. Bright metal halebread. F3, F2, F4. Let's set this to F4. Okay, so those go down there. You go down here. You don't go down there because you can't go down there. Okay, so you dig down. You keep going down. Then let's go blocks. Let's go quartzite. You're off to your mom's for the holiday. Have a good dinner? Holiday? Cheers. Maybe back if things are slow. I know the feel. So we've got Cole, who's off to go catch the gobbler. You know, the Brave Little Gobbler is like the scariest sequel to the Brave Little Toaster. Gosh. Digging down like this takes so long. We're just super duper gonna hit like more water, aren't we? You just tried out the smallest embark map size. You kind of like it. I did that with Brain Rot. That was a fun fort. Curious about what's going to be down there, but here comes another one. Okay, they all seem to be hanging out over there. The thing is, how many of my soldiers am I willing to risk? Oh. Well, that's not good. You ever just, like, casually scream, "Apocalypse! We are being judged by the gods"? No? No. Me neither. Well, that's probably fine. This is a Judgment of Irons, okay? Which is a feathered leech, typical gods. And it seems to glow brightly from within. Its periwinkle feathers are fluffed out. It was created by the Peregrine falcon god Baki, the Irons of Guilt, and is part with mountains, volcanoes, and misery. Hey, chat, I'm also part mountains, volcanoes, and misery. This is, actually just Werner Herzog. You know, minus the part where he's a leech. I don't want to call Werner Herzog a leech because he's a wonderful treasure. But maybe this is Werner Herzog in spirit form. I'm going to pause you. And pause you. And I'm going to turn these to blueprints. I'm going to hope this dwarf runs. So sometimes these are friendly until they're not. So the curious questionnaire here is, which one is it? It is friendly. I'm going to fight it. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. It is a great feathered leech. It's just a leech, though. Okay, I'm going to station my whole military right there, and we're just going to attack the thing when it comes around the corner. Found dead? Oh, shit. What did you get into a fight with, Ral? White brute. So there's a white brute around here somewhere that's causing me some grief. I don't see no white brute. I literally don't see one, so... Oh, well, I found it. It's snow, and it's right there. So they killed it. Let's see if I can kill this creature. Chat room? Oh, it begins. So these things are often neutral until you attack it, but when you attack it, they just, like, off your entire fort, like, immediately. So let's see how talented English here is. Well done. Well done. Back to training. The creature is now dead. Let's see if we can eat it. I must know. I guess not. Where's this turkey? Oh, we're running into the underground still. I do basically have about as overtrained a military as I could possibly have, so if you're like, man, these things are going down quickly, that's most likely why. Good to see the fort still alive and kicking. Well, we'll see how much longer. We will see how much longer, because I am currently digging down. The demon cluster is currently off map, so we're trying to go meet them. And we're also trying to attract them in by, oh, so I fucked up. The turkey we tried to throw into hell, but it got away because I threw it into an area that now has stairs. So it took them too long to get the turkey down here in my defense. Let's try again. Gobbleopagus. Get it back down there, please. Uh-oh. That's exciting. So over here we've got more of these winged brutes. These winged brutes are enormous feathered with... Those are also really weak. Jeez, what about you? We've got a Haunt of Steam, probably made of steam. We may have lucked out with this world, chat. I'm not seeing anything that has particularly scary powers or is particularly strong. This might end up actually being a very easy invasion once we get down and in here. Although, there may also be some demons that are super strong that I just haven't seen yet. But how's your holiday going so far? Lanix. My neighbors are absolutely having doing some sort of celebrations. These guys are pretty scary, actually. These hornbills, they have deadly dust. We've absolutely encountered those already. Good timing on the ad break, actually. Right when the game saves. You know, Iron Brew doesn't exist here, Gristeth. Like, I've only ever heard about Iron Brew through chat. I've never actually seen Iron Brew in person. Like, they don't have any distribution over here. What's my FPS? 60 hasn't gone down at all. The reason they're mining so slowly is because of recent changes. Because the hardness of materials affects the speed that dwarves can mine, which is why a lot of them are using adamantine picks, so they mine at a much more reasonable speed. Also, Brussels sprouts, baked Brussels sprouts are great. No, I don't need to import it. I'm aware that if I wanted it, I would need to import it. I don't need to import it. I have absolutely zero interest in importing it. It's just people bring it up all the time. Like, are you thinking of Iron Brew? Like, especially when I'm trying to remember the names of weird energy drinks, people are often like, Iron Brew? It's like, well, that doesn't exist here. Not exactly high on the list of things I need to try. Although, I remember discussing Iron Brew. I can't remember why. I want to say with the developer of Odd Realm. And he mentioned, and I remember being told that there was like a specific corner store in Vancouver that had Iron Brew. And then never going there and forgetting about it until just now. So, there's that. She said that that this does not feel like Christmas at all, and I gotta say, I do relate to that. We are spending time together, which means that we are pretty much doing what we always do. It makes you kind of sad and envious of those who value the family and traditions. I mean, I was talking about this earlier, and I kind of actually teared up a wee bit, Bone Doll. Like, up until like the last couple years, my family's had a very active like holiday tradition, and 4 major things happened. Both my grandmothers died, and my grandmas were the ones that kind of enforced family traditions. There's a turkey. Although it's injured, it appears. Okay, I've never actually looked at the turkey's image. The second thing that happened is the pandemic, which split the family up a lot. And the third thing that happened is now I've moved away. So, like, the entirety of my holiday is basically just like, or Christmas for me this year is I'm working, and then tomorrow I'm having dinner with my parents. That's literally it. I'm doing nothing else. So I do feel you there. Like, it's an odd feeling that I'm not used to. Oop. Going for the turkey. I'm coming up. Okay, sweet. Let's pause these. Pause that. Should run door. Okay. I was going to say you should run, but I guess it's too late. I think I want to say that I saw that either in comments or something else. But I think you mentioned that in a place that I saw it at the very least, if I care. It's a small world. All right, it begins. The clother was found dead. That goes one. Here comes 2 more. I think that's it for the Mo. We should be able to get back to it. Fennec Fox, thanks for the 95 pennies. Appreciate you. I think, like, COVID just, like, shattered a lot of relationships in my family more than anything.
Hope you have a lovely dinner tomorrow, Crypt Beer.
There was a lot of relationships in my family where, like, people didn't not get along, but kind of, like, you know, it was maybe, I guess, the standard family trope of, like, we don't talk about politics a lot, which has since, like, turned into we don't talk anymore. But, like, I don't know. Like the younger generation's not so much. The older generation's a bit more so. Sponge, thanks for the 32nd month. I hope so too. I mean, I picked up, I'm getting catering for it, so I guess I'm being like super lazy in a way, but picked up catering this morning, so looking forward to it. Feeling we're getting real close now. Uh-oh, here comes another one. This is a winged brute. These ones are scarier. Just looking for dwarves that could be hauling stuff in that could die. It's just you and you're on the way out. Did it die already? Holy shit. Yeah, it's dead. Man, this truly is just kind of a firing squad right now. Truly is just kind of a firing squad at the moment. To make it less stressful, more enjoyable. It's not a matter of stress. I don't have a big enough kitchen to make what I would describe as a satisfyingly complete feeling Christmas dinner. Are you asking me what I do for work? This is my job. I've streamed full-time and made content in general full-time since 2016. It's been my primary income. It wasn't my only source of income until, well, mostly my only source of income in 2018, and my only source of income since like 2020. But like, I worked extremely part-time. That was a question from YouTube chat, for anybody who's confused. But Sponge, I hope that your holidays are going well. I saw a monster. This is like kind of a convenient little defendable zone. We are almost there. Just got these two left. And then I actually need to go to this burrow. I'm actually just going to grab the erase tool because that's easier. Let's do this. And the draw tool. Calm and refreshing break? Yeah, there you go. Christmas tree is working? Yeah, I don't know. Christmas has always been a weird holiday for me because, like, when I did have a normal job, it was always like I'm working night shift both days. Like, I don't think I've, like, ever since I've ceased being a child, I don't actually think I've had a Christmas break. Per se, like it's always been like Christmas break with caveats, I guess. Like I actually couldn't tell you the last time that I took time off on the holidays. It's always January. So like I've always had a weird relationship with the holidays to begin with. But no, this is a weird year for sure. Lists as affordable price point, 2,900 USD PC that has a 7800 X3D, 5080. List is 3 weeks old. Yeah, no, I mean, I spent $3,000 on server hardware this past summer. And being completely honest, I think I should increase my home insurance because of the value of specifically my NAS. Okay, that's the last piece. It is like actually kind of nuts how expensive that shit's gotten. It is nuts. It's unprecedented, quite literally. Worst thing is the lowest tier. 770 now, yeah. I mean that must be a pretty low tier PC. Like, just look like even like that seems like it must have been a really cheap PC. Just gonna try and get a direct line here so that if dwarves need to escape, they can. It's with an AMD APU, gotcha. You took a moment to admire your RAM chips. People are starting to talk about RAM chips now like they're fine wine, and it's grim, but at the same time, I actually think it's really funny. Like, it's like funny in like a, oh fuck, what happened? What happened to this clown show kind of way? Looking for a dwarf coming in with constructions. You're leaving. You've got quartzite. When I was buying hardware for my server, I had this moment where I was like, I should buy another 32 gigs of RAM. And then I was like, no, I'll wait for Black Friday. Biggest regret of the year. Maybe not the biggest regret of the year, but one of my bigger regrets of the year for sure. Like, I was talking to a friend of mine who built a computer last year, and he was talking about, actually, let's just take one dwarf. And he was talking about, and I asked him, I was like, well, how do you feel about, like, you know, the current state of computing and all that? And he's just like, the RAM that he bought, because he bought 64 gigs, costs more than he spent on his PC now. Like the RAM kit, just the RAM kit. And he has like a 4080, I think, in it. He bought a last gen card on a sale. Okay. I just felt the frame rate hitch. By that, I mean like it dropped 5 frames a second. It's already back. I think we may be about to hit the mother load. I'm going to cancel this, get you back to training. I'm going to set everybody to this burrow. I'm going to turn off that. Here we go. Chat, it begins. Oh, pop, there goes the first one. Let's get these dwarves out of here so that they don't need to witness the terror. Let's go into here and say, pause all these. Here they come. Vile force of darkness, if you feel so inclined. So this is an army of pretty well-trained bolt thrower operators with steel and iron bolts. Where the fuck are you going? I mean, hey, make your decisions, dwarf. Go be a hero. Has already killed one. Charges down. I think you've killed two. Holy shit. 3 Haunts of Steam. Holy fuck, those things are weak. Charges down through. What is this? This is another Haunt of Steam. Has clearly picked up the equipment they were going for and is now backed off. Oh, nope, is now fighting with a White Brute. Here's a Winged Brute, which are a pretty weak creature for all intents and purpose. And there you go. You've fallen. That dwarf was quite the hero while they lasted. Veteran, thanks for the $20. Happy holidays.
Veteran cheered. X2000. Merry Crime Mass.
Merry Crimbus. As long as that wasn't intended to say Krampass. Unless you're a worshiper of the great Krampus. Boulders flying. More bits are flying. More demons are dying. Thanks for the 10-pack, Xylium. That's very kind of you. Boulders are flying. Not much of value is happening. There's stuff coming down from the upper layers, too. That took out about 10% of my bolts, by the way. Let's just check bars. 69 steel. Nice. Let's say... make 200 silver bolts. And maybe 50 steel bolts. Oh, here comes another one. It's more Haunts of Steam. They fall real quick, let me tell you. Yeah, we've gotten so fucking lucky. This maybe actually isn't the best example of a hell invasion, just purely because of what we've ended up fighting. Like, there are some strong ones. They're just, none of them are coming up right now. It's just all these winged brutes and brutes of steam. I mean, I'll take the training, for sure, but I'm going to use this as an opportunity to go to siege engines and just turn them all off. And then go back to siege engines and turn them all back on. Hold up. And I've done that because I want these dwarves to get a break. There is still some being operated. That's what we want right here. There's a cat. These are some of the stronger ones, but they're still not that strong. Soil Apex. Oh, you killed a cat. Well, okay. There's another one. There's 2 more down. Yeah, all these things made of steam. Although I was kind of hoping that when I dug into the underground, a similar thing to what happened to a member of my audience happened. I was kind of hoping that we'd witness a hell war, because one of the members of this chat like invaded hell like this, and the demons all just like immediately killed one another, which is kind of badass in my opinion, but... So, like, I think the winged brutes, the ones that make it, like, all the way up to here, are the example of the strongest ones that we've seen so far. Oops. What are you? Embers monster. Okay. A very large blob composed of ash. It has deadly spittle. So this one's, like, a little bit more of a threat, but it's not actually that big, so it's going to die, like, immediately, and it's made of ash, so it's also going to die, like, immediately. These ones are a little stronger, these hornbill devils. These ones have deadly dust that makes you die of bleeding, assuming these aren't different hornbill devils. They're also quite large, so these ones are quite a bit more of a threat. And as you can see, take a little bit longer to take out. Got more of these steam ones, which are just popping like goddamn confetti. Real tempted to just send a squad down here. Although, there's a bunch of the Hornbill Devils. There's another one coming. So this is another Embers monster, so an Ash Critter. 2 more Hornbill Devils, and a bunch more of the Steam creatures. Here comes another one. Well, that one went down quickly. I'm like, yeah, no, these are a bit more of a threat. Anyway, pop! It's just like a candy dispenser. So, how you been today, chat? Happy holidays. I hope that you're enjoying the good violence. Me, I'm streaming today, and I won't be streaming tomorrow, and I'm having dinner with my parents tomorrow. That's it. I might do a bit more on New Year's, but probably nothing crazy still. So this dwarf's gone down to pick up some equipment. I think that I'm gonna go here and just go all the way down and just forbid fucking everything that's in there. Because that seems like a terrible idea, but you're ignoring me, so I obviously didn't forbid the thing that you wanted. Oh, well, there. You killed one, and now you're turning around. Nope, you didn't kill one, but you just had a demon pop up next to your head, and now you're turning around. Cook withdraws from society. Good luck, Cookie. Here comes a Haunt of Steam, which I don't deem to be the most intelligent creatures in the world. Okay, what are you? White brutes? It's a quadruped composed of snow. Frosty the snow monster. All right, I'm gonna be ballsy, chat. Do I send the most trained best squad? Or the second other most trained best squad, or the more green squads? I'm gonna send one squad down here. Which one do you think I should send? Frisco says best squad. Oh, by the way, Frisco, I have bad news. Your dwarf got trapped and died in the caverns. In case you missed that. Scholarly Potate, thanks for the 5-pack. You're very kind. Thank you very much for all the gift subs, seriously. And we've got a strange mood beginning. There's 2 more down, 3 more down. I'm actually going to station this squad right here. Although that one didn't... Oh, no, it's fine. Keep them stationed down and in here. Comes another Ember of Steam. Did you get it? Please tell me you got it. Aha! Nope, you didn't get it. Okay, Sodell. Leading the charge. Oh, geez. Of course they immediately run into one of the Hornbills. These are the scariest thing that they could run into. Bleeding, seriously injured, heavily bleeding, and dead. Nauseous. Okay. Is it just you that got that? Yes. Hopefully you go rest if you are in a state of about to die. Falls asleep. That one's just taking a nap. Typical dwarves. There goes one. There's the winged brute. These guys are the ones that are actually a threat. Oops, I see fire. A theropod demon. Oh. Well, let's move slowly. Now we're finding the ones that are actually scary, it turns out. But the dwarves appear to still be doing all right. Not all that right. Hope Dusk is on fire. Vervite is on fire. Bismuth from YouTube is not on fire. Sentient Potat is also not on fire. It appears that we've got, at the very least, 2 that are going to die. But we are losing dwarves pretty quickly here. We've got this white fiend who's made of snow coming in. The whole burning thing is a bit of a shame, to be honest. Bismuth from YouTube's now on fire. These dwarves are on fire. I'm actually going to send these dwarves back to training, if they can. This is kind of... Oh, well, they got 1. Unfortunately, we lost Bismuth from YouTube. And Sentient Potato. Some Forgotten Beasts has arrived. Where the fuck are you? Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that this was a bit of a mistake. This one is taking a nap and now burning. But the good news is their sacrifice was probably in vain. Sodell, this very drowsy snooze dwarf, is running away as fast as they can. Yes, I'm still alive. I mean, I asked chat to vote. Chat voted the best squad, so we sent in the best squad. But it was up to you guys. I don't think that was the right choice, but you know, sometimes I take ideas from chat for fun. We got more of these. We got some of those fire-breathing theropod demons coming in, and now we get the good song. It's ready for some jams. Why is there something burning right there? There goes another one. 2 more. Bolt flies. Another Forgotten Beast has arrived. This one's got poison vapor. This one also can't get to us. More bolts are flying. I guess, like, the important question is it truly an assault through hell? Well, that's kind of cool. My captain of the guard is taking part and has a mace equipped. Is it truly a fight into hell if no dwarves perish? I mean, come on. We now have vengeance. Let's get this little guy. This is the one that's a threat. These hornbills. There it goes. Uh-oh. Did you just... Oh, this dwarf got hit by a boulder coming from one of the catapults. Well, let's, oh, you're on this one. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Right. Okay, well. I just saw something and it immediately died. Pig? What about pig? So something I could do is I could close this and give the dwarves a break. I don't think that's a bad idea, actually. Yeah, it's time to regroup, I think. Mostly for my siege dwarves and siege engines. And Doran has created Thasthin Thokor, an adamantine shield. Well, that's pretty dope. This is kind of what I was hoping for back at the beginning. This is not the most valuable adamantine item I have in the fort, but it is an adamantine shield. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is adorned with hanging rings of brown zircon and menaces with spikes of andesite and fungi wood, and brown zircon and diorite. On the item is an image of 3 square, brilliant cut gems in adamantine. On the item is an image of 3 pepper plants in tower cap. On the item is an image of a giant hornbill and star ruby. Shen, we're invading hell. Hi. Or rather, we've been invading hell. This is where the demons have been coming out. It quite literally a clown car. We just lost some soldiers when I got a little bit too reckless. But aside from the slight amounts of recklessness and all these demons down here, we are actively invading hell. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Please share. We did just get hit by ads, so sorry if anybody just got stumbled into an ad. But timing is sometimes that. What happened? I'm invading the underworld. That's what happened. So what I'm gonna actually do is I'm going to turn on this burrow and let everybody down into this area so that we can clean stuff up a wee bit. I'm also going to dig into this because I think we'll probably be safe doing this. I think. But happy holidays to Shen and friends. I hope that your stream was good. What were you guys up to today? My name's Greg. The internet calls me blind. Because I don't see very well. But I play a ton of Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes chat lets me play other games. Mostly we play Dwarf Fort, though. Welcome to the channel. Hopefully Shen took good care of you guys. To those of you who don't know Shen runs a cult, and they play a variety of interesting management games and grand strategy stuff. If that's your bag, then maybe that's a place for you to go. Go give Shen a follow. Good people. Thanks for the raid. I'm going to real quick queue up a bunch of these. Vito was in the fort for so long. And there's, I think, one more here, which is Aiton. Just need one good mop and get some pink cleaning agent. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. We absolutely will need to clean this up. I mean, we'll get cleaned up in maybe not no time, but we'll get cleaned up pretty quickly, I think. So many bolts. Sentient Potato has been missing for a week as well, whose body burnt to death. I mean, while they were alive, they burnt to death, but... What was there? Oh, N-U-L. Actually, just found a bug. You can't type in numbers in that search bar. That's a bug. So we're just cleaning this whole area out as best we can. Store item in bin. tons of tasks coming down here. I need this to get dug through. And over here, we are butchering animals, which leads me to think we are probably butchering demons. Demon burger on the menu? Let's see. Yep. We are, in fact, butchering demons. All right, well, I'm going to build a bunch of butcher shops real quick. Emergency butcher shoppers. Let's actually cancel that one. I'm sure they're going to smell horrible, but... What if you write the numbers? Like on my monitor? Maybe not with a Sharpie. Well, I mean, the band Bolt Thrower, so YouTube chat says, also whenever you use the bolt throwers, you should start playing 1980s death metal. I'm going to go with Bring Your Own Death Metal, because I'd like the VOD to remain intact and not muted, but I don't think Bolt Thrower was around in the 80s, were they? Not bad. Osman Epologeto has come, an enormous feathered crocodile. Where's that? So, fun fact about Forgotten Beasts is sometimes they show up in the cavern, in the underworld, after you open the underworld, which I find very funny. But we haven't seen that just yet. Looking for dwarves that are hauling demons like you. I'm really curious about how good eats these are. You'd go with Sabaton music? I'm gonna see Sabaton April 20. I think 420 actually. I'm pretty sure there's two shows that I'm going to. One is on the 24th, and then one is on the 20th of April, and then one is on the 25th, and I can't remember which one is which. It's either Sabaton or Electric Callboy I'm seeing on that day. I'm like not sold that Electric Callboy is going to be any good. So I'm expecting them to disappoint me, so hopefully I'll be like pleasantly surprised. You need to buy more Bolt Thrower albums? I've never been a huge fan of Bolt Thrower. I saw them once. They were pretty good. They're okay. Kind of meh. I don't know. Let's see. Did they break through this? No, they didn't. Oh, I see the problem here. Should have guessed that first. So we're also trying to increase the amount of ammo that we have. Balding Caveman, thanks for the 3 months in advance tier 1 subscription. It's very kind of you. Seriously. Thanks a ton. It's actually, like, genuinely one of the best ways to give channels like this stability is the advanced subscription. So cheers. Appreciate it. Thanks for getting you into this game. I'm sorry for your now newfound lack of free time. I do look a little orange on this light, but it's that way so that it doesn't hurt my eyes. Although, I'm actually just going to adjust something, since we actually have a break here. Turn this up. It's no longer pointing directly at me. You were like, man, I want to make a new fort. When was the last time you made a new fort? There we go. This is what we need. So the theropod demons seem to have like a good few hundred meat. These are all the bits and pieces that we're getting rid of. Look at all that. Boiling ghost left tail. I also need to change the color of this light. This is not something I'm actually going to need to like mess around with too much because I'm not going to have such little lighting for a very long time. It's only going to be like, I don't know, basically like within the month, I should be at a point again where it doesn't matter so much. Demon tastes like chicken? I mean, everything tastes like chicken because I got the flavors wrong, right? We've been over this. I've seen The Matrix. Okay, so there's only one more butcherable one left. And we're dealing with all that. Okay, so let's see what's going on in the underworld at the moment. Okay, so it's just these embers monsters. It's more of the same, really. I'm actually going to just go to this and just say normal metal armor. I'm going to normalize this squad a little bit because this squad had very specific custom uniforms for the leaders of it. So I'm going to fill it back out. But I don't want them like trying to get down into the caves to equip very specific gear. Let me try something. Have to pull this USB thing over here. Over here. Oops. Plug you in there. This is kind of ghetto, but Metalhead, thank you very much for the 5-pack. All right, I think I may have figured out a solution to make my lighting not like shit and not hurt my eyes. And another Forgotten Beast arrives, yay! Where's this one? It's also somewhere where it can't get to me, so it is what it is. This is maybe the ghettoest lighting setup I've ever had, but like, like some people can just have like ring lights on their face and like not die. But like for me, it hurts very quickly. It's already starting to get kind of oppressive, so it's all off now, so that's no longer an issue. Okay, let's see how Bold Populations is doing up here. Let's go to you. Okay. Do I not have a manager at the moment? Well, regardless, getting through the last of these. Let's just dump these guys. No, it wouldn't be Burrows, I don't think. No. No, it's not Burrows. Especially, no, I see, they're there. They've popped up now. They've popped up now. Yeah, no, it's got nothing to do with the burrows. They just weren't getting assigned for some reason. This one might be attached to a stockpile, or maybe have somebody specific on it. Nope. No, I was mostly just wondering why the doors weren't working on those, but uh-oh. That's rude. All right, Mebzith. What squid are you in? You're in the salty water? You're fired? Actually, Mebzith, you're going to go station right there. And during the next assault, which is going to happen right now, you're going to question our mistakes. Let's actually throw in another magma furnace. Metalsmith, magma forge. Because I don't need as much of the lava forges as I've had up until this point. And we begin. Alf. That's a problem. I don't know what task you were trying to do, but what if I forbid everything here? Buddy. Oh, I see. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I will recite all of these after the fact, but I'm actually just going to hide all these boulders. And then what's going to happen is when I unhide all of these, someone is going to immediately be like, oh my god! Okay, so there's our glorious volunteer. When you tantrum now, we tell you to go to hell. I need some good luck wishes for this brave, stupid dwarf. If you survive, well, then you get made into a hero. Otherwise, you end up like that. Let's just forbid everything down here. So this is a Embers monster, which fires balls of fire. And is now a smear on the pavement. This really is the site of a great battle.
Ezekiel01_ cheered. X240. Have a good Christmas, man. Crypt Beer sent a message on Discord.
Is that something I need to check now? Or can I check that later? Otherwise, I look at Discord messages after stream generally, Ezekiel. But I appreciate it, man. So $2.40. It's good to see you. It's been a while. I hope you've been well. Not now? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I won't miss it. I see every message I get on Discord, even the bots. Which is why if you join my Discord, add me as a friend, and immediately send me a message that says hello, I will probably insta-block you and ban you from my Discord. So maybe like don't be too polite. Or just like have a username I recognize, that helps. Here comes some more. There goes another one. Message me with swear words. Don't act like every single, hey, I'm a commission-based artist. I would like to commission artwork. I would like you to commission my artwork from me, and then you look into it, and it's just like, yeah, we're just going to generate you stuff, and then you ask them to give you a pancake recipe, and they do. It's very strange. Although there was one that I asked to give me a pancake recipe, and they were like, I'm not a bot, you asshole. And I was like, whoa. I made them go into manual. That's crazy. What is the end game with Hell? Is there a way to defeat it? So when you initially break into Hell, there's a large population of creatures that sometimes flood in, and sometimes are just milling about close by where you dig in. And if you kill that initial big wave, then it just becomes like any surface area where creatures just periodically wander in and out, and they're not necessarily aggressive, but they're certainly not friendly. Essentially making it so that, like, yes, you can defeat it if you defeat that initial wave, but beyond that, it's mostly just a bragging rights thing. It is supposed to just kill your fort, but if you're expecting it and accounting for it, like I did, then relatively consistently you can take them out. I'm going to take 3 dwarves that aren't named and send them right there. I'll just see what they can do. Letterman, thanks for the bits. A good night story on how to refine uranium. I don't know how to refine uranium. The end. Sorry, I'm not as effective as the bots. Cheers, Daramond. Back at you. Happy holidays. Huh? Bismuth the wrestler has been missing for a week. Man, I wonder why that is. Man, I really just need all of these Embers demons to be dead. Because the Embers demons are the biggest threat to the fortress. Oh, shit, I shouldn't have done that because the game's literally about to save. Oh well. I'm going to try assaulting it. Wouldn't that depend on, like, what level of permissions they've given it? And, like, they wouldn't be able to... It wouldn't be able to do anything if they were just using, like, a remote API, right? Nivik? Pop, pop. Yeah, there it goes again. Or in the next couple months. I mean, I'll be on... I mean, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday. I'll be on Friday, but... And then probably a couple more times before the New Year's. I'll certainly be on New Year's. Is there any demand for a Blues Brothers watch party on Discord between now and the New Year? You could run it. I don't know. I mean, I was referencing Blues Brothers recently for the first time in a long time. So there is that. Dwarf here taking Napus. Nappy pies. Oh, here comes a bunch of steam demons. Pop, there's 1, 2. This dwarf's just sleeping his bait. Oh no, 3, 4. Is that all of them? I think there might be one more coming up. No, maybe not. Not at the mo. All right. There's a bunch of stuff over there in the corner. Shall we begin? I'm also going to go here real quick and then turn off the siege engines. Once I see dwarves popping down into here, I will re-enable the siege engines. Yeah, currently there's only 2 visible demons. Here comes the first of 2. This is just another one of the ones made of steam, not very strong. Pop goes the demon. Rangdor was the one who killed it. So I think the next step here is make this. Get everybody training here. Go up. This might actually be the weakest demonic onslaught I've ever seen, for clarity here. And then I'm going to go here and then go places, siege weapons, turn them all off. Except maybe leave these 3 on. Turn this barrel on, turn that barrel off. These are the scary ones, the Ember's monsters. But the dwarves are all working down here. What blocks do I have that are a fun-ish color? It should be obsidian, shouldn't it? No. So each world just generates the number of demon types that the player designates, and if the player doesn't designate a lot of demon types, then you'll just have less variety. But that's all that the game really goes by, is how much variety. So it's either a lot of variety or not a lot of variety. Okay, there goes one. Go back to training. Looks like we got another one. And I'm going to start placing some of these. But I will also note that I think this obviously would have been a bigger challenge had we been fighting against stronger opponents. Although it's not over yet. We could still die. This obviously would have been a lot harder if the demonic forces that we were up against were tougher. But I personally think we would have still won without that. I like how there's ghosts standing in here already. Okay, so demon comes up and demons fly up and over, and let's see how this goes. That's 1 down. 2 down. Except this dwarf seems to have gotten flattened because he got kicked. Ugh. That looked painful. Hopefully that didn't forbid too many walls. Some stairs. Actually, I should unforbid those because those are from a while ago. So you two, I'm just going to send them up here. We'll do a little bit of exploring. I don't know, chat. How do you feel about this being an easier Siege of Hell, regardless? I just think it's just maybe not the most representative invasion we could have had. But, I don't know. I've also had some brutal invasions of Hell over the last year, and it's kind of nice to have a pretty tame one. Let's see what this is. We've got an ad break coming in pretty soon. There's a couple white fiends right there who just immediately fall to Rangor and Rith, who did get stunned, but got stunned because they got kicked. Oopsies, I can't see. There you are. There's the Amber's monster. Which is probably going to come over here and fight. I'll pause the game when the ads hit. Yeah, I remember. That was a while ago, though. You didn't get enough sleep, but it was a ton of fun. Yeah. I don't know. I don't super do stuff like that anymore, to be honest. So this creature is going to be tough to down, but aside from this dwarf getting winded and not being able to breathe anymore and then dying, they were able to die in glory of fighting against a demon, an entity of the underworld. They shall be left, but they died well. Rest in peace, good dwarf. We're in the ad break. I will pause. This is the first you see dwarfs in Hell. Oh, really? Hell's not actually that interesting, which I think is a bit of a bummer, but that's Hell, and I think the Cavern Invaders are the things I'm the most hopeful get a big overhaul in the next year. Like, if Tarn, like, I don't know what Tarn's planning to focus on for the map rewrite stuff, but I would love to see some stuff happen in Hell. Actually, if you want to see dwarves in Hell, watch the Return to the Worst map, because I do actually take an adventurer through Hell in that movie. That was a hell of a thing to do. It took like 6 hours to record that. I kept dying. I died so many times. It like became like a Splinter Cell game at a point. It was mostly just me sneaking past things. Metalhead, I'll be honest. I love the idea. I'm not actually that interested. I don't want to like completely dash your hopes and dreams here, but I had a lot of fun the one time we did that once before, but that was a time and place thing, and I don't think it's going to happen again. So, but I'm totally willing to exchange Blues Brothers memes whenever, or references, because I do like that movie, but I need to separate my personal life and my work life, and it's the reason I basically never hang out on my Discord in the voice chats. Let's just deal with this last chunk. Sorry, I feel like I'm just like shooting you down, but just kind of is what it is at this point. Okay, so these, just more Haunts of Steam. It's 1 down, 2 down. Let's see, where are my mark stores? I guess they all went and got more ammo. Yep, and that one gets destroyed and falls down into the endless pits. These purple pits, if you fall into them, you just get unexisted. Scribe Dwarf. Do I have any unnamed scribes? I don't think I do. I'll have to name one. Pick somebody who isn't named. So like Saigon here. Maybe not a soldier, though. You remember trying it a few months ago and it did not go as planned? Yeah, but that was like, do you want to know? The reason that didn't go as planned was because everything was made of like harsh, like dense materials, and also all of them had deadly dust. That was like a tough invasion. But yeah, this is like, feels like a cakewalk, to be honest with you. Okay. Like, the whole idea of this is pick one. Well, it's like, if it's streamer's choice, then why am I picking for you? Well, you get this super pissed off dwarf because I picked. Can't blame me. Bantom. You have your mother lives here. Well, that's interesting. You're 86 years old. Your mom must be ancient. He finds humor in most situations and doesn't seek out excitement. Prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. Has a sense of duty and has a greedy streak, and occasionally can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He tends to be passive in discussion and is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He's rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He often feels lustful and is a friendly individual. He tends to hang on to grievances and needs alcohol to get through the working day. The Ember Demons shaped demons are a bit, but this could have gone much more pear-shaped. I think actually, like, going forward, like, my plan, like, instead of doing the long hallways of old, I think I'm just gonna do, like, a big, like, circle thing, more or less, with just, like, a firing squad around the edge of just bolt throwers. Believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and doesn't really value skills related to fighting and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes nice and fine pewter and squirrel, as well as a giant spider monkey leather, giant elephant bone and the color burnt umber, crowns and cats for their aloofness, and ibexes for their long horns. Also, I need to check something. Oopsies. Just making sure. I had a setting turned on, and hates blad gnats and prefers to consume Kia and bayberry wine. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed, and is a member of the Guild of Blankets. I did not know that was the name of my armorer's guild. Okay, the dwarves named that, not me, I swear. And I'm actually just going to go back up to here. And go here. So we've defeated that initial, like, population boom, but they will still periodically enter the fortress. So what I need to do is I need to build up a structure down in here. Champions fighting. What are you fighting with? Did another demon flower? It claims that a Haunt of Steam is fighting, and they've already killed it. Yes, they have. Let's grab my two main squads and send them back up over to here. Or the two squads that are doing the invasions, really. You know what? Actually, I don't like the look of this. I want this to look nicer. I don't know why that's always such a high priority for me, but it is. Today I learned that's a thing that you can do. Hold up. Wait. Hold on. So, have you ever been able to do this before?
Ho ho holy she, what a nice circus you have. Yay, still subscribing cause you deserve it.
Huh. Volkodav, thanks for the 14th month. Welcome back. It's good to see you, man. Hope you've been well. So, am I supposed to be able to do this? The grayish purple stuff? This is eerie glowing pits. They unexist anything that fall into them. And this is Slade, which is a material that you're not supposed to be able to dig in. Like, straight up, you're not supposed to be able to harvest it. Although, it's probably going to take a very long time to dig through. But, like... when in Rome? Or in this case, when in hell? Because, like... yeah, see, you can't dig horizontally. So they are digging into it, but it's just creating, like... open spaces? Okay, that's awkward. What about channeling... That seems like a bug. I've literally never seen that, but... I mean, nobles can ask for things made out of literally anything that they want. Or items that they like, or materials that they like. I wonder if up here is going to be any different. I don't want to make these out of obsidian, though. Everybody always goes on about nobles asking for things made out of stuff. It's like... I don't think I've ever actually seen a dwarf that likes Slade specifically. So that seems like a very niche case. But if you've had it, like, that sucks. I'm sorry for your loss. Your miners have struck nothing. I mean, I'm pretty much convinced that this is actually a bug. Like, I don't think I'm supposed to be able to mine through this. Let's also just make sure that this is in the burrow, which it is. Yeah, interesting. Can you farm in hell? There's literally nothing you can do in hell outside of brag about the fact that you've defeated hell. That's all that you really do in hell. What the fuck is that? Got a hyena monster, which is a great hyena. It has 2 stubby tails and a bloated body. Its buff feathers are patchy. Beware, it's fire. See what we can do up here. You know, I'm like actually going to cancel this entire plan. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to build a walkway across there. And I'm going to build a little square around here. And this is going to be where I'm going to build, is up here. And also, instead of obsidian, Let's use granite. Something I have a lot of. What do I have a lot of? Quartzite, granite. Granite it is. Because this is only 1 layer high. It'll be a lot easier to just build a ceiling out of. Let's just set this whole thing as part of the burrow. Where are you going? There you're going. I kind of just don't want it to fight me. I kind of just want it to leave. I mean, I don't know if anybody could do Arch Crystal again. That's like doing a boat murdered. I think just building a structure in hell is more or less doing a Arch Crystal. As in doing a boat murdered would be like letting lava everywhere type deal. I wonder what you're going for. Oh, I see. Because I turned off the wrong burrow. This burrow should be on, not off. And now you two are dead, so... Well, rest in peace there, dwarves. Although now is maybe not the worst time to try and kill this thing. Wish us some luck, chat. 'Cause this thing ain't nice. I need a round of beers for good luck, please and thank you. Oh no, there's that dwarf trying to climb the wall. That seems unwise. Speaking of unwise. Oh, you're injured now suddenly. So Cook found dead. Sending the military around this way. Oh. They surround the thing, and it pretty quickly falls. Saigon here's on fire. It's a shame. Just like that, we lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dwarves. But honestly, that could have been a lot worse. Who's on the map at the moment for the underworld? Got another hyena monster over here. Pretty far away. We shall now go back to what we were doing. A bunch of dwarves are bringing items to tombs, which is to be expected, I would say. That must be new. Because, like, I don't ever recall being able to channel into Slate at all. YouTube chat. That or I'm just dense and dumb. One of the two. Could be either, though. And once again, I'm sorry if I'm not, like, keeping a close enough eye on chat, but this is kind of something that requires spatial awareness at the moment. The music just suddenly cut out. And now it's playing Death Spiral. Oh. Well, that's always fun. It's like the game's trying to, like, tell me, yo, something's wrong. Be more careful. And I'm like, nah, I'm actually not so concerned. I mean, the cats were some of the first deaths. Batome. Because, I mean, I can't tell them what to do. They're cats. Oh. Got another hyena. This thing's seriously injured. Let's see what happens here. It's bleeding heavily. Grabs the wrestler by the pigtail trousers with its right leg. Wrestler's unable to break the grip. Monster breathes fire. Nobody appears to be on fire just yet, so that's pretty good. One of my armors has been missing for a week, probably burned to death. I'm seeing one of my dwarves immediately dying, getting shredded, probably killed by this thing. Yep. And it seems that Iffy Spiffy here, my legendary lasher, lashes the hyena monster, fracturing the bone in the leg. Moving a few more turns forward. There's more blood. The champion stabs it with whatever the fuck your weapon is. What are you using? Is that a steel spear? Exceptional steel spear. The creature falls. One wrestler versus a fire-breathing demon. I call that a win. More so than anything. Uh-oh, there's another one. Is this the named one? Yes, this is the named one. This killed a good couple of my dwarves, it turns out. And is now chasing the remains of Yushat. I'm actually kind of curious. Because I've supposedly... Oh, no, I see. That's from a while ago, actually. Oh, is it already dead? It must be. No, because they've still got the must kill job on it. Okay, you were found dead. Where? Yeah, it must already be dead, because, like, I would still be seeing it running around. Also, chat, at this point, what would you like to see me build in hell? Because I think that this is entirely doable. Building something in hell. Also going to go back up to here. I'm going to go place some more slabs. And I'm going to go here and I'm going to turn this off and I'm going to turn this off. And I'm going to get rid of this. You three I'm going to stop. That's Atir, the ghost. So we're going to unforbid these. Hell's Kitchen. So just move my tavern down there, basically. I'll be honest, I don't actually know anything about the layout of Hell's Kitchen itself. Never really had any interest in figuring that out, for the most part. Okay, let's just go into here. Unforbid the areas. Granite blocks. Granite blocks. Granite. 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 Uh-oh, there's something flying in. It immediately disappeared. Just a wild flying demon just insta-gibbed. Eric, thanks for the 5-pack. Do I have a water source just to drown all of hell? You literally cannot drown all of hell. I've tried to do that dozens of times. I would have to wall up literally all the walls and cover every single glowy pit. More or less not feasible. At least not reasonably feasible. Merry whatever. Yes, yeah, that's what I say. Merry whatever. Literally and holiday-wise. I think today's garbage day. Oh, also in regards to frame rate, because people keep asking, the frame rate went down by 5 just now, and now it's back. Must have been that Forgotten Beast wandering in. But I think we're going to focus on building a mini extension to the fort down here. Let's move the tavern down here. And let's move some kitchens down here. Get some food operations up and running down here. Okay, let's also go over to here. Get a bunch more coffins made. Or placed, I guess. Maybe not made. Made is the wrong word. Ten more tombs. This one sounds nice. This is Forgotten Beast. It's supposed to play when Forgotten Beasts arrive, but often the Forgotten Beasts have left before the song, or they're either dead before the song really gets going, or it takes a long enough time that by the time it gets to the dwarves, the song's over. I've had both of those happen. put your front gate in hell. No. And there's one very simple reason as to why I'm just gonna say no to that. Even though it's a kind of a neat idea, is that would probably take me another 3 weeks of this fortress. Because I'd have to go through every single cavern layer. It would take so fucking long. And I think chat would just be bored shitless before I finished it, so no. I will not put my front gate in hell. But, I will spend another 3 hours today building some structures down in here. I thought about it? No, I didn't. You suggested it. And I explained why that wouldn't be feasible. Or at least not reasonably feasible. So no, I really didn't think about it. Let's do that as obsidian. This is granite. Just literally all of my granite, actually. You're pretty sure you never heard it? Really? Never hearing Forgotten Beast, the song, is actually kind of surprising to me. Quite surprising. Let's begin constructing, shall we? Orthoclase. 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 This here, and I'm going to put another one on this side, is going to be a turret, basically. This down here will be the entrance. So chat, I would say I completely missed that ad break. I'm sorry if you were stuck in it. I think I can start like actually looking at chat again now that we're, I think, through the worst of it. I think at this point, it's now just a matter of building. As far as demons go, how many underworld critters are around? Oh, there's one right here. These guys are just made of snow. Well, lost another dwarf. Such a shame. Turns out all the dwarves I keep losing are named Mistum, which is kind of funny, actually. I mean, we did in fact get a, like, invading enemy army of, like, snow demons. So, yeah, it is very festive. Or at the very least, fairly festive. I'm now going to click that, which will allow the dwarves to leave the burrow to complete tasks. So if something isn't in the burrow, they should be able to bury the dwarves. So now that I've done that, I'm gonna go right here, and I'm gonna go bolt thrower. Maybe not right there, but the bolt throwers are gonna go along here. Snow demons is what I said. Metalhead. Did you hear me that time? We all covered? We all good? so to the Brave Dwarves. Take you two off of training. Say go get gear. Actually, let's just refresh everybody's gear. At some point, Tarn's gonna give demons siege abilities, and then there's gonna be a bloodbath. I don't think so. What I'm actually hoping for, and I'm gonna hold out hope for a while for, and I've seen people wish cast for, and I maybe me one of them. I would love to see. Okay, there's just like a little cluster of these guys down here. I would love to see the underworld get structures built in it. Like, you know, the little walls and stuff that the dwarf, or that the and bridges and things that can be constructed. Something like that is what I would like to see. But instead of just like, you know, roads, I would like to see, you know, demonic constructions, basically. That's what I would like to see. Not that I think it really matters, per se. I think the actual state of hell is just a bit whelming, or like incredibly difficult to defeat. And I just would like there to be more things down here. When it was much easier to get down here in older versions, I think it didn't bother me at all. But now it kind of does. And such out of Dwarfbone? I don't know. I just want there to be weird restrictions and things down in here. Armor's gone into a Fey mood. I mean, it doesn't need to be made out of Dwarfbone or anything. I just would like to see more strange things in here. Stranger things down in here. Like treasure, you know? Claim that workshop. Let's go back down into here. Because, you know, like most of the world gen in this game, as it is a commonly discussed topic in both this game's development and this channel, the world gen hasn't really had any material updates in decades. Literally. And I think because of that, it's actually very easy to, like, point at it as something that I'd love to see improved. And that's something that Tarn's going to be working on this year. I'm excited. I'll be completely honest, I have no idea. And I've said this before, the magic system is not the thing that I'm the most interested to see. I'm, like, the magic system is, like, kind of, like, a bonus. I am honest, like, I guess, like, I've just never quite been as entranced, I guess, by the idea of magic. Like, magic is cool. I'm looking forward to it, and I think it'll be cool. But it is not like the end-all, be-all, like, everything needs to tie into this. Like, I want this to be the most all-encompassing system. Mostly because I don't think that's actually going to be the end result, at least not for a very long time. I mean, mostly it could be something akin to a vault. And even that doesn't even need to be that much. Even just like some ruins or like, you know, maybe ghosts or more variety of creatures. A weird material that you could mine somehow. I'm not picky. Doesn't need to be anything crazy. Yeah. Or like a statue, you know? Or like if you did want to tie it into the magic stuff, Tarn seems to really want to have like portals of sorts. Portals could be interesting. Maybe like a portal to somewhere else. You know, or maybe an ingredient to make a certain type of magic. Maybe just specific demon bones are needed for a certain potion. You know, like that would be kind of cool. I'd be all for that. Did I ever really stop, though, thinking with portals? Speaking of portal, what about it? Yeah, seeing Tarn's like enthusiasm for things is pretty infectious, I will say that. You wish they would add rougher shores? No, I agree. I tend to agree too. There's a lot of things that could be added to World Gen. But like I don't know how many people watching right now listen to the last interview that I did, but Tarn said something that I think was very telling to those of you who don't know that much about the World Gen. And that is, it's not modular. It's very set in stone and can't be modified. And Tarn sounded so excited when he simply stated that it would allow us to be able to make modifications to the prefab buildings, right? And like, to me, on paper, that is a very, not small thing, but it's wild that they can't do that. Does that make sense? And that's kind of where I get excited, is like Tarn saying like, oh yeah, no, we can make modifications to like structures in the world. I haven't done an annual playthrough since 2023. 22. No, 2020. 2020 was the last, 2021 was the last one I did. So I have absolutely no plans to do that, no. That was a tradition I had for a couple of years, and those times are behind us. I feel like I'm so every now and again somebody steps away from the stream or doesn't watch as consistently for a while and then comes back, and I always feel like I'm just like shooting down every hope and dream that you have. No, I'm not going to be streaming through Portal this year. There's a lot of traditions that I used to have that, you know, they stick around for a couple of years and then things move on. Actually, I think currently he hates the maps as far as Tarn goes. I think he actually really hates the current World Gen, and I think it bothers the crap out of him because he has like this weird disdain in his mouth when he's talking about like the look of the current like Dwarven mountain homes and stuff. It was just a general question. Sure, totally. But I used to have this, not tradition, but this thing that I did for a couple years where on New Year's I would play through a scenario of Roller Coaster Tycoon, and then when I beat it I would play Getting Over It, and I did that like 4 or 5 years in a row or something. I don't think I've done that since maybe 2020. And the last few New Year's there was like 3 or 4 viewers that basically only ever tuned in once a year at that point. And I haven't seen any of them since. It just kind of sucks. Like, there's this like weird thing as content changes and channels change when you do this for a living, where people lose interest, or I lose interest in something I used to do and stop doing it. And it almost always results in me just feeling bad, because it's like, the reason I don't do things like movie nights anymore on this stream, and the reason I haven't for a long time, is because I'm at a very different level of scale for this channel now, where like it's actually like really kind of, not daunting, that's the wrong word, but like, it's not very easy to just sit on Discord and talk anymore. It used to be, and the reason it isn't now is because my Discord, instead of having like 800 people in it like it did back then, has thousands. It's like, it's like close to, I need to look at the actual number. It's either like 3,500 or like 3,400, like kind of a lot. And like, that's a pretty big Discord now. And because of that, like, the dynamic is never going to be consistent. Like for, I mean, it might not be flooded, but you might not have a similar experience to what we had back then. Because like, when this channel was a lot smaller, and my Discord was a lot smaller, there was also like a raging pandemic going on at the time. And I think part of the result of that was like, you know, a lot of Discord communities and stuff got really close. And for all intents and purposes, that's gone now. That, and also the kind of very real fact that I need to separate life and work. And if I just hang out on my Discord all the time, simply put, I went to therapy a couple years ago, and my therapist was pretty specifically like, yeah, you need to like separate work and human existence. You prefer Dwarven Engineering to Magic? You hope that there will be updates for it eventually, like buildable timers or something? Oh, you mean like additions to like switches and stuff? Yeah, I wouldn't be against that. I wish there was more that we could do with like pressure plates and switches. That would be cool. Let's just go places, siege engines, turn them all off. Maybe don't auto mine these, but do mine these. So where's the nearest water source? Oh, Jesus. I swear that I already built that, but I guess I didn't. How in the shit? Sorry. I'm just mildly annoyed at the moment. Slab's engraved. Where the fuck is that slab then? Someone's hauling it somewhere, clearly. I really need to get rid of that ghost. That's it. What's going on with the guts room? It's trash disposal. It's like our dumpster, basically. Honestly, Nivik, what's funny about that, like, Wishcast, is, well, I understand that, like, a lot of people, or some people probably definitely agree with you. I feel like a lot of the development that the game has done over the past few years has, like, directly made turning the game into a computer harder. Like, maybe I'm off base here, but I think that a lot of stuff has just, like, made that stuff less default friendly, I guess. Like, maybe I'm off there, but it certainly seems to be the case. These are going to take 10,000 years to build. Silver tables it is. I'm also going to go up to here. Just say silver. I'll put that up there. Well, I mean, a lot of the old school dwarf computing stuff was using vampires, and the way that meetings and moods and stress works now makes that virtually impossible. Outside of some pretty specific circumstances. Like, you still can do it, but, like, it's not as straightforward as it used to be. Because, like, all it takes is a singular dwarf to decide, you know what? I think I'm going to demand a meeting with a manager right about now. That's all that you need. And the second that happens, it breaks your entire computer. Like, you still can do it, but, like, it requires you, like, constantly, like, clearing moods with DFHack. Which maybe that's something you want to do. And if that's the case, then cool. But it is a lot harder to do. And I think that I'm actually a little bit... I actually, what I think it truly proves is, like, I pretty frequently have to tell people that. Which isn't a bad thing, right? Like, you know. But it does make me wonder if, like, that is something they should be prioritizing at all. Because, like, more people would be aware of that already. If they were doing that. You know, if they were messing with those things. Let's give these dwarves a break. You've been making garbage disposals with pressure plates and drawbridges? My stuff's going directly into lava. I don't like using drawbridges. I use a minecart. Actually, here, let me just make this invisible so you can see. I use a minecart, connect it to a refuse stockpile, and then dwarves just run back and forth and chuck it. That's what I do. Cheers, Bordy. Appreciate you. Yeah, this is what I do. Like, automatic trash disposal. Just looks like this. The problem is some things don't get disposed of. Like, I don't think the demon stuff is getting disposed of. So I have to manually add it all. Just a bit of a pain, but... whatevers. What you looking for there? Oh boy. Don't have anything. Plant cloth, okay. Bones, okay. Logs, bones. Billin bars. And bones, you say? And another Forgotten Beast has come. Where's this one? It's got a poison sting. Okay, it's in the cavern layers. That's fine. I'm so tired of this fucking bunny rabbit. Why the minecart? Because it's automated and it's consistent and it can dump stuff into the caves very easily and effectively. This wasn't even intended, but it turns out like letting a bunch of water leak into here actually pretty good for moods probably. Now we can find out if I can farm in hell. I don't think I can, but let's see. Let's go down to here. Just make an ammo bin. For bolts. Made of metal. Tonight we farm in hell. Yeah, we indeed. Tonight we farm in hell so that tomorrow we can dine in hell? There you go. Strange Mood's headed. It's totally fine. In regards to the farming in hell. I mean, how else are we gonna have Dwarf Fortress Hot Ones? Psst, Krug Smash, I've got an idea for a funny bit. Speaking of, Krug Smash has another video coming. He's like back at it. Actually, I think he's got another video out. Another Forgotten Beast. By the way, we have 4 cavern layers where the Forgotten Beast can arrive now, so we may actually see more of them than before. Certainly has been cooking, yep. Yes. It's particularly funny when they spawn in hell and there's a bunch of demons around them and they just get murked immediately, which I've absolutely seen happen. Some migrants have arrived. Enthusiastic about the new possibilities of danger, I guess. We need some more doctors, so that's useful. You can go grab a pickaxe. Also, because I now have an... Wait, hold up. Okay, first off, Pawn Grabbers look amazing. This Pawn Grabber killed a Forgotten Beast? Also, that's a real good name. Flood Church? I wish I knew how that happened. Our demons are immune to all syndromes, as far as I know. Except for maybe Pale. They're basically just tougher Forgotten Beasts. That's more or less all they are. Except sometimes they have language, and sometimes they can breed. The ones that have genders can breed, usually. Which makes them quite threatening. This is one hell of a microwave. Holy crap. Like, seriously, holy crap. There. Okay, thank you very much for the squid.
H_Jitai tipped
$100.
$100. Merry Christmas.
That's a lot of money. Thanks a lot, man. Holy shit. It's very kind of you. Chatham, can I get a round of beers for the $100 tip? Because holy shit. Oh, thank you much. Yes, I can in fact farm in hell. Hellbeer? Hellber, yes. Hellber Gobsmack. How you doing, Celestine? You have no intention of finding out what irredeemable lunatic you are in real life. Well, how do we get here? Hold on a second. Separation of work and life is pretty essential to sanity and keeping employed. I'm self-employed, but there's a couple of guys at work that you love to hang out with on the weekends, but you have no intention of finding out what what an irredeemable lunatic you are in real life. Well, unfortunately, you just typed that in, and all of the bugs that are on your computer, thanks to work, are now informing you of this. Also, some ancient horror is encased here until now. I'm sure that's fine, right? Lemon monster? Oh no. Hopefully they don't want to have a party. What are you? A towering skinless viper. It has a short trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poison bite. Well, at least that makes sense. Yeah, okay, so it's not friendly. I had to check. Deller, the Minerdorf. Not gonna Deller much longer. Deller is now in a lot of pieces. Mud, the Marksdwarf, is no longer with us. May your child continue your legacy there, Mud. It's bleeding heavily. Marksdwarves are shooting a lot of bolts at it, but aren't having the greatest day. Strong creature. It is still bleeding heavily, and Iffy Spiffy comes charging in. So far, we've lost how many dwarves? We've lost Mud, we've lost Dumbo, Skink. That's all the named dwarves. Iffy Spiffy is fighting it and dueling it with their whip, kicking them and lashing them, which bruised the muscle and fractured the skull. Lashed them again, bruising the skull. Lemon Monster strikes them, but they blocked it with their adamantine shield. They lash them in the tail with the singing metal whip, and then lashes it in the neck. That's most of it, right? Because it's a snake, which hits it in the spine. It misses 3 times. The militia captain then strikes the Lemon Monster in the eye, bruising it with the whip. Twists the head. The Lemon Monster, he lashes the Lemon Monster in the body, bruising the left lung. Force pulls the head, punches the monster in the body with the left hand, kicks the monster in the head, twists the neck, lashes it, bruises the lung. It's still present. I think its time is numbered now. Hang in there, Iffy Spiffy, you legend. punches it. The attack glances away. Fracture the skull, lashing it in the head. Here comes a dwarf with an adamantine spear to assist. And the creature dies. Please tell me that you got it, Iffy. This goddamn kill-stealing motherfucker! Ya lemon thief. Horrified after seeing all the dead bodies, of course. Literally walks up, punches the monster in the head, bruising the fat, and stabs it in the head with the steel spear, chipping the skull and tearing the brain. Kill secured. Yes. Good old-fashioned lemon grab. Snatch and lemon grab, if you know. You know. Well, that was kind of grim. I've got almost no Mark Dwarves left. So I'm going to sign up a few more. Well, that could have gone worse. Also could have gone better. That's a lot of tombs. Let's follow Salakan, who's still hauling bismuth from YouTube's teeth, I presume? Yep. Well, I mean, Dwarf Fortress released the graphical version, what, in 2022, December. So it's been 3 years. 3 years. It's crazy. Like, Dwarf Fortress only took 17 years to get graphics? There's something kind of funny about that sentence. At least official graphics. Bill and Low Boot artifact. I really don't care all that much. Just because it's a Bill and Low Boot. Let's go up to here and just unforbid all this. And let's just not dig into that, because I'd rather not let adamantine and lava go spilling everywhere. Mighty unpleasant, if you ask me. Yeah. Also, the game has multi-threading now, which instead of rendering all of the graphics on your CPU like it used to. It runs all the graphics on your GPU now, which is also a pretty massive, massive increase to the game's speed. Uh-oh, that can't be good. What squad are you in? The Pointy Bitterness. Okay, so This demon is made out of steam. Admittedly. And it, isn't able to damage this dwarf. This dwarf is exhausted and overexerted. Pop goes the bubble. Ironically, though, like, my game's running at 60 frames a second, right? If I turn off multi-threading, my game is running at exactly the same frame rate. Like, it didn't... Okay, I lost 2 frames. Okay, I'm at 55. Back up to 60. Back up to 55. Back down, back up to 60. Back down to 55. Okay, so it is slightly less... Oh! That's interesting. It, like, dipped down to 49 for a second. I've never seen this before. Huh. And now it's back up to flat 60. Has anybody else seen that before? I wonder how long that's been there. Because I've never seen that before. Certainly a, hey, fucko, fix your frame rate settings. Or we can fix your frame rate settings kind of feeling. Let's just do andesite. I must be burning some dwarves or something right now because I feel some stuttering. Nope. Ghost, maybe? Should deal with that. Out of slabs. Andesite it is. And let's also go to tasks. Unforbid these. Unforbid those. Unforbid that. My theory right now is that it's actually just all the construction tasks that I've queued up that's slowing the game down right now. Why would it have stopped being a CPU heavy game? Like, individual core clock speed is like the thing that dictates how well your game's gonna run. Like, it doesn't actually put my CPU under heavy load or anything. It's not like I'm editing video or rendering video. But it does certainly, like, go faster if you have individual high clock speed. But, like, I guess maybe the question is, are there heavier CPU games? Yeah? I don't know. I guess I'm not sure what you're looking for an answer from that. You're making lead toys? Absolutely. Lead toys are a very important strength training mechanism for the children. mean, how else are we going to make sure that the children are properly trained in, like, upper body strength? I mean, like, the game does render the graphics on the GPU, but, like, GPUs are designed to render graphics, and there isn't a lot of graphics here. One of my favorite, like, dumb factoids about how this game is built is when you zoom in and out, you're not actually zooming in and out. You're adjusting the resolution in real time. So technically, this is the game running at 8K resolution right now. Man, they just completely obliterated that critter, whatever that was. Well, partially because CPUs have gotten better, and also the game's, like, base level, like, codecs have been updated, which they weren't for a very long time. It would be really cool to get a river into hell. I could probably do that too. Just dump water down here and route it into there, or into, maybe dump water straight into here and, like, have a waterfall going through here. I could maybe actually do that. Let's see. Ghost off the dwarven child's been found dead. Makes sense. I'll be completely honest with you. It's not even remotely impressive, Fem. Because the monsters down here, there was like 2, maybe 3 of them that were real threats. The majority of them were made out of snow and steam. And it was like the equivalent of pointing like a heat gun at popcorn. But we did win. I'm still gonna take the W on this. But I feel the need to be honest. It was the easiest thing I could explain. Sir Pancakes. Oh, also Sir Pancakes, I will note that the game may have graphics now, but the free version still looks like this and doesn't come with graphics. So if you would like graphics, you will have to purchase it on Steam. Although I'm 99% certain it's on sale at the moment because, you know, holidays and all that. Steam sales, etc. Or one Fire Snake Boy? The game would probably slow down considerably because it would be constantly changing temperatures. The game, turns out, doesn't like having snow creatures and fire creatures on top of each other. Is something that I've learned over the years. It just kind of makes part of the game's brain short circuit a little bit. Is it still an itch? Sure, but I wouldn't buy it on itch. Not that there's anything against itch, but it's DRM free on both Steam and itch. And so you're not really getting any like serious benefit out of buying one or the other. And on top of it being DRM free on both, it's also you get updates more consistently and faster on Steam. Sometimes it takes like up to 24 hours for updates to hit the itch version. The only real benefit to buying the game on itch is the developers get a higher percentage, but like, not to be mean, but I'm pretty sure, or it's not like, for whatever it's worth, I'm pretty sure it helps them more if you leave a Steam review. And then if you really want to give them more money, just like give Zach and Tarn some money on Patreon. For since I often go with 5x5 embarks and the frame rate does not go down. I've definitely like had some odd like forts where the game doesn't run perfectly. So I don't think it's like a 100% guaranteed increase on all forts for your frame rates. So I'm always like hesitant when it comes to just like, yeah, no, I build bigger forts like this size or whatever and the frame rate doesn't go down. It's like, I've certainly had like 5x5 forts that like hitch and like weird shit happens. But at the same time, the vast majority of the time, the frame rate is like totally stable and fine. So it's like, it's definitely the outlier and not the norm. $1 a month on Bait 12's Patreon still. There's a collector's edition of Dwarf Fort that's being sold. And it's coming with a little booklet of Zach and Tarn drawings. And apparently mine is one of the ones in there. All right. I'm going to pause the game and just run the ad break because I gotta take a piss. Oops. I will be back in a moment. So, I find this kind of funny, chat. I find this very funny. In my bathroom, if somebody's playing music or talking or making noise in the bathroom next door to me, or I think the bathroom below me as well, you can kind of faintly hear it through the vent. It's like not a big deal, but faintly you can hear it. Somebody's having a shower and listening to Christmas music real loudly, and I find that very funny. That might be one of the most amusing things I have stumbled upon so far this holiday. That is very funny. I don't actually consider Therapist or DF Hack mods. Like, they're more like just like external tools, like a trainer kind of deal. I don't know. Chat probably has recommendations. There's a lot of like aesthetic mods that I think are pretty popular. There's some interesting like other faction mods that you can play as if you want that. There's a lot of mods that like add in additional graphics, which I think can be interesting a lot of the time. So I'm gonna do something really mean to my dwarves. I'm gonna delete the tavern, and I'm going to delete the tavern. I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to go down to here. Get you built. We are going to place some thrones. And I'm going to build these, and this is going to be for prepared meals and drink. Dwarf Fortress is $24 right now. I want to say it's like, how much is it in Canada? I know it's 20% off, but I think it's like 31. $31.19 in Canadian money. Is it all I want for Christmas? No, it's just like inoffensive, honestly could be AI generated sounding ass like Christmas Carol piano music. It's like very uninteresting, bland holiday music. Is what I would describe it as. But Ghostly Wrestler's been put to rest. Let's see how many more ghosts we have. Currently none, which is good. I'll be completely honest with you, I have no idea what that sounds like, Nevik. Holiday elevator music? Yeah. Like inoffensive mall music. You like Bourbon's darker depths because you don't love the blue lower layers? Bourbon's darker depths. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I don't like that because I think it makes the above ground look super ugly.
Merry Christmas everyone, smiley face.
Did I not? Seeing if I can still make this work. We'll see. Iron Zach, thanks for the 30-second months. 30-second months, plural? Sounds weird when I say it out loud, but thanks for the 30-second month. Appreciate you, mate. Quit cooking my brewski. Yeah, Dorfuses. It's Crims, Merry Crims. This is true. It is known. And I'm just down here building a tavern in hell. Amongst other things. You right here are going to give items to the Hell Tavern. And I'm gonna make this into a dining hall over here in this corner. And this up there. to there. Which they'll get done in a pretty reasonable period of time, I hope. You go right there. We got some gems coming in. Good stuff. Oh, you're off eating? Well, okay, go eat then. How many dwarves are currently putting things in tombs? It's got to be at least a dozen. Oh, no, really? Just the one, eh? Let's put some of these instruments down below. Let's also lower the size of this. So chat, how's your holiday been so far? You know, one of the days that I look forward to streaming the most every year, it's actually New Year's. Like, Christmas, fine, whatever, it's cool, it's good, it's all right. I'm not gonna complain about it. New Year's is super fucking cool because every, like, I'd say 30 minutes, but it's actually closer to every hour. Like, half of chat just shows up extremely inebriated saying Happy New Year, and it's real fun. It's like every 90 minutes or so, someone just pops in and is like, Happy New Year! And then just, like, tunes out and moves on. Or falls asleep at chair. It's pretty good. Yeah, no, I mean, we've fully explored Hell. All of the real meaningful places that we could find have been found. So yeah, from what I can tell, we have vanquished Hell. Seeing if I can get through here. Don't think it's gonna let me. But I will try my damnedest. Did you already run out of fun? Did anybody clip anything during the Hell invasion? I don't think anybody did. Most of the demons in Hell were made of, like, snow and steam. And I simply set up a firing squad that looked like this. I mean, there was more of them, but I've gotten rid of a bunch of them. And they just went brrrr every single time the baddies came through, and we turned them all into these, mostly. Cover wounded? That's unfortunate. And I've found a dead dwarf that, from what I can tell, all that's left of them is an arm. And there's a ghost. What happens when you mine everything that's mineable? You have nothing else to mine. Would be my assumption. I've literally never done that. I don't know anybody who has done that. At least nobody who said that they've done that. I feel like that would just... I honestly, if you mine everything that's mineable in a fort, I feel like the only thing left to do is to sit there and contemplate your life choices. And the amount of free time that you've used to do that. That would be... my only thing to do next. If you're asking, am I able to get through this? I don't actually know. I don't actually know if I'll be able to get through this. But damn it, I'm gonna try. A minor inconvenience? Hardy hardy har. Hardy funny. Few things I'm real curious to see if I can gimmick them into working. I remember you used to be able to dig into semi-molten rock and lava flows. But if I remember correctly, all that would happen is they would just like suddenly output a whole bunch of lava. So I don't actually think there's any way to dig through them now, but I'm gonna try. And if I can't, then I will just simply use one of the Addespires. The Demons of Xmas with the miniguns. Sure, yeah, absolutely. I wonder. Ha, interesting. Let me see if I can do this. Because like when I do that, it's just like, nope, can't do. Wonder, a few other things I can try, but realistically, the thing I'm just gonna have to do is this. Let's try this. See if there's an open space right here. Because that's a bit of a inconvenience. Oh, we checked the stone for heat. What devilry is this? I mean, it's a burning diamond is what it is. Several of them, in fact. Unless that's also semi-molten rock, which is possible. Yes, it is. Okay, so well, let's see if we can do here. That is also semi-molten rock. All right, then. How about here? Dig into that. And here. And dig into that. Wow, that fell through real fucking fast. Holy shit. Gerblub. Glug, glug, glug. Let's also mine through that. Obsidian. Here comes some water that I've dumped down into there. Okay, so there's a way in. That'll honestly be enough, I think. The problem is, This could very well dump a bunch of lava down and into here. So I'm basically going to need to go slowly and vertically up. Okay, I need like something right there I can dig through. A military dwarf Mariah Harry. Male or female? Also boo, but seasonally appropriate, so. I have no idea what goal you're talking about. I mean, like, you used to be able to build camps in adventure mode. I don't recall ever being able to make your own tavern in adventure mode. God of EXP. YouTube chat. Magma Forge tutorial video? Unfortunately, all of your minor dwarves have burned. Well, hopefully you have some major ones left. So chat, is Mariah Harry a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? What do we think? Harry dwarf singer. I don't have any singers. I don't have any performers either. So no. They said a military dwarf. So I will go with a military dwarf, but beard or no beard, considering I'm not getting a response from Half Whole. Definitely with a beard? All right. You're a Eurist, Harry. He is a nervous wreck and very impolite and inconsiderate of property in everybody else's ears. He is an optimist and has little interest in joking around. He doesn't handle stress well and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He likes a little excitement now and then and feels envious of others and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to spread his natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He likes to take it easy, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He values artwork in its creation and does not tend to reveal personal information. He clicks his tongue when he's... clicks his tongue repeatedly when he's annoyed, and he speaks deliberately when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity bullheaded, completely abhorrent, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. He sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and values honesty, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. He likes rhyolite and lay pewter, as well as banded agate and walnut wood, and giant lynx leather, cow hoof, and the color river. Color River Blue, not the Color River. And floodgates and ballista parts and rabbits for their ability to burrow and, when possible, prefers to consume white-spotted whatever puffer fish things and stuff, and soft wheat beer, as well as foxtail millet flour, and hates lizards, and I need to burp. There we go. You're eating waffles and watching GIF? Hell yeah. Anybody get anything good for the holidays so far? Or has gifting not started yet? I feel like, since I'm building Hell's Kitchen, or in this case, I guess Hell's Tavern, I need to make the most ridiculously gaudy brewers of all time. So let's make the most ridiculously gaudy brewers of all time. I got a Harley. Harley anything? Mother-in-law gave you a bottle of Knob Creek small batch. Cool. I'm super duper 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 tempted to go out for some drinks tonight, but I just kind of haven't really looked into who's open even, so I don't know what I'm gonna do, if anything, tonight. Might end up doing something, but it's hard to say at this point. Just letting out water. And I'm going to channel down through this. Let the lava out. The humans have arrived. They say, greetings, Noble Dwarf. There's much to discuss. Pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. You know, whenever people write the words solstice, Amber, for some reason my brain autocompletes it to Celesta, like the D&D RPG. So I keep on thinking I'm seeing people saying, oh yeah, no, I got this D&D RPG for myself. I keep reading that, even though it's like not correct. I don't know why. My brain has like forgotten that the winter solstice is a thing, but my brain has forgotten that the winter solstice is a thing. You know, obsidian kind of takes a while to mine through now. Here it comes. There we go. Run away, dwarf. It's a little Bernie there now. Not that Bernie, just a little Bernie. Wilmer, thank you very much for the 28th.
Sleep, so I am back.
Can't sleep, so you're back. Welcome back. Hopefully you'll be able to get some sleep tonight, though. Not sleeping is not good. These goblins cannot stop us now. Gotta say. Plays Rage Against the Machine riff. Aw, hell, can't stop us now. Quite literally. I mean, the hell else how else would they get to us? Sapphires? Fuck yeah. Although me saying all hell can't stop us now is like kind of gives it a bit of a new meaning when you know that I've invaded hell already. Go take a break there, dwarf. Stupid medications, yeah. What's up, Silas? Merry Christmas and all that. Yeah. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Wilmar? Keeping that sub alive for 28 months. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like, something I'm gonna do either in January or, like, just not next week, but, like, something I think I'm going to do in January is I think I'm going to take a week where either I only stream for like a day or two, or I don't stream at all, or alternatively, I do stream, but like I just stream less, or I don't stream at all. And I think I'm going to spend that time and edit a new video because it's been a while since my last bigger video, and I think we've kind of gotten to a point where we need to get some new things out. You know what I'm saying? And because I've been streaming a lot over December, like I've been quite literally doing 40-hour weeks. I don't know how obvious it is, but I have been. I think that might not be a bad thing to do. What have you claimed here? Tossid McDorf. Adamantine wafers. Cool, cool, cool. Logs. More logs, more logs, more logs. And more logs. Two Honda Civics with 2-spoon engines and 2 Gerber. This has to be like a reference to something that I don't know. I mean, I said on social media the other day and also on my Discord sort of that all I want for Christmas is 11,000 subs on YouTube because I'm quite literally, well, yesterday, literally, it's now 10,990 something probably, subscribers away from 100K. That's my big hope for next year, just period. I mean, I was hoping for it this year, but, you know, can't win it all, right? And so I'm just crossing my fingers / being hopeful that I'm able to keep the numbers consistent. I mean, for whatever it's worth, in regards to, oh shit, I need some surgeons. In regards to passing 1,000 subs, it took me from 2014. Wow. Okay, actually, my well is empty. That's not good. I don't actually have a water source at the moment. I don't know how many monsters are down here, but let's open this up and find out. Because I need to turn my well on. And I'm, of course, far too unwise to leave well enough alone. Okay, so speaking of wells, enable this. It's like, dwarves dying in the hospital. Can't have that. That's a good question, Omar. No. I don't know when exactly your dwarf died, but as you can see, we've got some pretty upset dwarves and kind of a lot of dead dwarves, so. It has, in fact, been quite some time since these dwarves' moods have been satisfied. Stream is still going, trying, yes. And the goose died of old age, or whatever you had first. There we go. Well is now full. And I should be able to go down to here. Place one of these. Please. There we go. Got an artifact adamantine buckler, which I'm going to go throw onto a pedestal down and in here. Who needs no diamond? I don't need no diamonds. Atabucklers, on the other hand. Question is, which one is it? Dolil Roder. That one, in fact, it is. Got him. Got an angry child who keeps on tantruming. Batome has been found dead. I mean, the tavern is working now, so... Burrow's fine, so... Working on it. Turns out my priorities is elsewhere at the moment. I'm going to go into here, do this. And now this, which is currently overlapping, apparently. As far as where it's overlapping, I'm not actually entirely positively sure. It's overlapping something. This is going to be the new mountainous sugar. Solon the peasant has been cursed by the keeper of blankets. Well, that's kind of cool. We have made ourselves a homemade were creature. Oh yeah, no, they're just like any other creature. So they wander in and out periodically, but my bolt throwers are dealing with most of them. There's 2 on the map right now. We got 2 Embers monsters. But they're just like wild animals, right? So they just kind of hang out. Not necessarily right next to you or anything. And because they're just like any other wild animal, they just kind of do their thing and often end up leaving you alone. Can they be bred or trained? I feel like you already know the answer to that question, so I'm a little amazed that you're actually asking. Can they breed? Yes. The Ember monsters. I will reiterate, I think you already know the answer to the first one. Yes, they can breed, because they're gendered. Can they be trained? I think you already know the answer to that question. I'm just going to keep repeating myself. Sorry to be a bummer, friend, but... I'm just going to keep repeating myself. Okay, so... Oh, I was waiting for that to happen. We've got ourselves a were-tortoise, my friends. We've got ourselves a were-tortoise. My captain of the guard has been bit. This soldier has not been bit. This doctor has been bit. This dwarf hasn't been bit. So bit. Bit. And bit. Question is, actually, did that break the skin? Bruise? Okay, you tore through the fat, so you have been bit. Have you broken the skin? It only infects them if it actually draws blood. So this dwarf should be good. I will read through it one more time. There you go. Adamantine spear lodged in the wound after being stabbed in the lower body. Bites the craft dwarf in the upper body. There's you. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I might actually expel them. It's interesting that they don't have a corpse now. Did you get bit? Punched, punched. Nope. That dwarf should be fine. But the captain of the guard got bit, which tore the fat. Just going to confirm you got bit. Got bit in the upper body, which bruised the muscle and bruised the lung. I don't think this dwarf is infected. Because it only bruised them. You, on the other hand... You got bit a good couple times, which tore the fat. Rakist is fine. Okay. Bit, bit, and bit. Not entirely sold on that one not being infected, but I think it's just the two of them. I don't think Kraft mac and cheese is single. I've seen that. So, this is gonna age me up through the social media sphere a little bit. Back in the day, there used to be this dumb platform. It was like a cooler, earlier version of Vine, and it was called, of TikTok called Vine, right? So this platform existed, And there was this vine on there, and the weird gimmick about that platform is they could only be 7 seconds long. And the funny thing about this one vine is it basically goes like this, right? This lady is standing there and she's stirring a pot full of mac and cheese, and then a kid walks up behind her and says, "Hey, Mom," and she goes, "Huh?" And he says, "That's what good pussy sounds like." And then she turns around to the spoon and whacks him with it. And in my heart, that proves that, in fact, Kraft mac and cheese is not single. You have to boomers. Isn't it more like millennial splain? Or Gen X splain? I know that I'm a millennial and not a Gen X, but like, I feel like that's more of a Gen X splain. Well, in case it's not obvious, there's a lot of really upset dwarves in this fort. Seems to just kind of be the way of things at the moment. And I don't think that this is something that we can avoid forever. I think that we are going to have to do something about it. But more than anything, I think what I need to do about this fort is pick it up on a day when I have a bit more energy. It has been almost 8 hours. Well, it feels like 9 hours of stream because I started an hour late today. But at this point in the day, I would have normally streamed for 9 hours. And my brain is starting to turn into, pus. But I do think that today was a very effective day. I mean, over here, we've got the beginnings of what I'm going to use as a tube for water. In fact, I could just go over here, go down to here, and then channel it straight down and into there. And this is going to vent water straight into the caverns. I mean, hell. We're going to make us like a waterfall and or maybe river down in hell. We've got dwarves socializing in hell, discussing their problems with one another, and children playing, and dwarves consuming good piles of meals. I need a bunch of empty pots to be made. I'm actually just going to queue up wooden barrels. But I think that today was super successful. You know, I'm starting to think that millennials have forgotten what age and year the boomer cutoff was, because everybody, like, in the millennial sphere and, like, I guess early Zoomers are just assume that everybody who is, like, 2 years younger than them is a boomer. I just find that very funny, personally. But I think that's me for this day. I remember hating Vine with a burning, vehement passion because people made my life a living hell with it, because I worked night shift at McDonald's at the time. It's like people throwing French fries, like trying to catch things in their mouths, trying to film us doing things because they thought it was funny. It was a hellish time. It also gave us ProZD, which is a good thing for all intents and purposes. But chat room, I think that brings us to the end of this fanciful, wondrous, horrifying holiday stream. Did you have a good time? Did you enjoy it? YouTube folks, I'm going to shut you down first. But before you run off, we will be live on Boxing Day. That will be the next stream. We'll probably be playing this. Unless, like, I go into, like, a weird lark or something, then we'll do Songs of Six, because I think it's almost time to get back into some Songs of Six for a bit. And that will be a Friday, so maybe we'll do Songs of Six. I don't know. Regardless, I got a were infestation to deal with. And more structures in hell to build. So either or, I hope you tune in for that. And YouTube folks and Twitch chat. If you haven't yet, sign up for my newsletter. Which is just blindirl.com, because as on the 31st of this month, I think that's a holiday, New Year's, I will be doing the second drawing for a copy of the Adventure Mode soundtrack pre-order, which are being provided by the label that is making the thing. So if you would like a chance to win one of those, go sign up to the newsletter. It is free. I mean, there is Patreon-style pricing on there if you want, but it's not necessary to get into the drawings. Just simply go check your email into the bin, and you'll occasionally get an email from me. That's about it. And keep an eye out for an email directly from me stating that you want a copy of, or a pre-order for the record, because it's not actually out yet. It'll take a couple months to ship. But with all that being said, YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. Let's go raid somebody.